to the Hummus and Pita Company. Right there along the Parkway, right down from Baumhauer's Victory Grill, another fine sponsor of 97.7 ESPN The Zone, as well as Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. You've heard them right here on the station, right there next to Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, the Hummus and Pita Company. You can get $40 worth of food for $20 starting on Friday. So make sure you visit 977ESPN.com, click on Zone Deals, or go to WZZN.halfoffdeal.com. Those are two ways you can get there. You can buy $40 worth of food for $20 to the Hummus Pita Company on Friday. Healthy food, good food. They've got French fries. They got sweet potato fries. They've got all kinds of good stuff there. But that deal will go on sale on Friday. We've got a lot to get to today. We've got a lot to unwrap, a lot to talk about, a lot of things on the table. Of course, we got to recap yesterday's SEC baseball tournament. The single elimination portion is over. Alabama advances, Auburn stumbles, the Gators chomp, the Bulldogs tame LSU. What's next, when, where, and you can hear it. I should say where you can hear it. 97.7 ESPN The Zone is the where you can hear it. And once again, that'll begin this morning at 9:30. We'll run down the entire schedule. We'll recap Alabama's win, Auburn's loss. We'll recap it all. And what's at stake? Could Auburn be in the market for a wideout, and could it come from the transfer portal, and could it come from an in-state school? Yes, 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 and yes to all of that. Could we be seeing the end of the mid-majors playing Power 5 programs on the hardwood? John Rothstein put out an interesting tweet yesterday, and there's nobody really more connected to college basketball sometimes than John Rothstein. And he put out an interesting tweet yesterday, and I'll read that tweet, and then we'll kind of talk about it because it is very interesting. It has to do with the one-time transfer rule, and it has to do with a lot of moves in college basketball. Tampering in college football. It's a word you better get used to. It's a word that we've heard on the professional sports ranks. It's a word you better get used to, because what do coaches have to say about it and their thoughts on the NCAA Oversight Committee that's supposed to be in place to stop tampering and cheating? We didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday. Alex Scarborough did a fantastic article on ESPN.com. And in the article, there are several coaches that did go on the record and say some things about the NCAA Oversight Committee, their thoughts on cheating, their thoughts on tampering, and there were some SEC coaches that didn't use their names. You got to love the anonymous coaches. These anonymous coaches said some things in regards to tampering on where it is right now. So how prevalent do we think cheating and tampering is in college football? How prevalent is it? We have 9 SEC football records that may never be broken. We've got a long ways to go. Well, remember, we're under 100 days from the start of the college football season. So these are 9 SEC records that may never be broken. That'll lead into some SEC streaks that do get put on the line this season, and we'll ask you if those stay alive or if those get broken. Some of them are rather long. Some of them you probably didn't even know existed. A couple of them are Alabama. A couple of them deal with Georgia. So we'll go over all of those. But we start with SEC baseball yesterday. And Alabama needs wins. They need wins in order to keep their NCAA regional hopes alive. And yesterday, in a single elimination portion, if you fall to South Carolina, your season is over. It's as simple as that. If you fall to the Gamecocks, you're done. Alabama did not. It was a 10-7 matchup. Alabama 10, South Carolina 7. South Carolina actually came in ranked 24th in the country. But Alabama used a 6-run third inning to put this one out of reach. The third frame was highlighted, yet an RBI double from Peyton Wilson, a 2-run single from Owen Diodati, and a 3-run blast from Jackson Tate in the 6th. Now that all started, Caden Rose was able to get on base via the strikeout. And Caden Rose, the former Bob Jones product, had himself a great day. He finished with 3 runs on the day, did Caden Rose. That matched his career high total. Now, the 3 runs also tied an Alabama single-game high in an SEC tournament, which had only been accomplished 8 times previously, most recently by Cody Valverde. And that came against LSU on May 26 of 2006. Now, they started keeping the record since 2002. Jackson Tate, his homer yesterday. Now, he has recorded 3 of his 5 home runs over his last 8 games. Tate totaled only, keep in mind, he totaled only 2 homers across his first 25 contests of the season. Alabama's 6 runs in the top of the 3rd. That was most in a single inning in SEC tournament history. And like I said, you can only go back to 2002. That's when they started keeping these tournament records. Ross picks up his 7th win of the season, most wins by an Alabama pitcher since Joffrey Bramlett had 8 in 2015. So, once again, Alabama did what they had to do yesterday against South Carolina. Because remember, you lose that game and you're sitting at home doing nothing. Brad Bohannon after the game.
A SAN function to indicate if you want to ask a question. When you're called upon, please state your name and affiliation first. Coach, before we take questions, could you give us your general thoughts on the game today?
Yeah, really good game for us all the way around. Obviously a big game and a big win. Quite certain our season would have been over if we'd lost today. And the kids were excited. You know, we had a really spirited workout yesterday. Not surprised at all that our kids brought their best effort. And, you know, we pitched well. Tyler Ross gave us just a huge start of good innings and also going deep in the game on a little short rest. And Brock Guffey did a great job for 3 innings of putting up zeros and helping us save our bullpen. Made a couple diving plays, clean defense, and, you know, some production up and down the lineup. So just a really complete game for us, and really happy for the kids and proud of them and excited that we get to play at least 2 more days.
Brad Bohannon after the Alabama win yesterday against South Carolina.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, if you lose that game, if you're Alabama, then you're Kentucky, because Kentucky season's over. They lost to Florida 4-1 in game 1, and didn't play well down the stretch, and so and then now if you're LSU, you're a little nervous. You know, I thought they were coming in, but Baseball America had them last 4 in, and Alabama first 4 out, and now LSU loses the first game to the Georgia Bulldogs, that by the exact same score of 4-1. So there's going to be some nervousness. Alabama and Georgia both needed wins coming in. Georgia gets one, now Alabama gets one. I think it was key, and it went by the script that Lance Cormier was talking about, because he said that Alabama needed their starter to get deep into the game, which Tyler Ross did. I mean, he got 6 innings, and I told someone when I was sitting in the crowd, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, thanks to the idiotic SEC office. But anyway, Tyler Ross gave him 6, and I told the gentleman in the stands, I said, look, if you're Alabama, a perfect scenario would be 6 innings out of Ross, because coming in, I talked to Coach Brad Bohannon on Zoom earlier in the week, and they didn't know what to expect. They just knew that Ross wanted the ball. They were going to give it to him. I think they were hoping maybe 3-4 innings because he was on short rest, but he only threw 84 pitches, so he didn't strain himself, and he was able to get through 6. He used the ballpark, and because it's a bigger park, than they're used to playing in a lot of these college stadiums. He gave up a couple of home runs, but he minimized the damage. But the key, and Lance Cormier made this point as well, is that Alabama needed to play from out front. They needed to jump out on top. and they certainly did that. Peyton Wilson doubling in the first run, and then Diodati getting a huge 2-out hit to make it 3-0. And then the biggest blow of the game. You just talked about it. Jackson Tate with that 3-run homer. It takes it from 3 to 6-0 in the third inning and really is a punch to the gut to South Carolina. Now, South Carolina's in. They don't have to worry about it. They're not going to host. They're going to end up being a 2 seed somewhere, but they don't have to worry about their NCAA fate. But when Alabama was able to get into South Carolina's bullpen, South Carolina had to go through 4 pitchers. And so that was huge for Alabama to be able to get into the Gamecock bullpen. And then Brock Guffey, who Scott has really missed over half the season with a shoulder injury. He's a senior from Hoover. He was pitching at home, but he hasn't thrown a lot. Only 10 1/3 innings coming into the game yesterday. And to be able to get 9 outs out of him and to tie his career high with a 3-inning save was huge. Because Alabama didn't have to use Landon Green. They didn't have to use Chase Lee. Because the first thing you're doing, and I'm over there sitting in the stands once again, using my binoculars to look at the bullpen, and around the 4th or the 5th inning, you start wondering, okay, are they going to start, you're going to see some rustling in the bullpen. There was a little bit, but Ross kept pumping strikes in there and getting ahead of hitters. And his last inning in the 6th, he gave up a leadoff home run to Wes Clark, who's got 22 to lead the conference. But here's the deal. After that, he got 3 straight outs, and so I even thought Ross might come out for the 7th inning, but it didn't surprise me. But for them to in Alabama to get through only using 2 pitchers, it was huge. So it gives them a chance today. Now, today is going to be an even tougher animal. You're talking about Tennessee. You're talking about the number 4 team in the country. You're talking about a national seed right now, a team that's probably – well, they're definitely hosting a regional in Knoxville, but they may be in position, should they win said regional, to host a super regional. So, and this is a team that finished with the tied for the second place overall in the SEC standings with a 20-10 record. So, they won the Eastern Division by half game over Vanderbilt, because of the weather situation, and Vandy and Alabama had a game rained out. So they're the best team in the East, and it's going to be interesting. The prevailing opinion around Hoover, though, is a lot of the top 4 seeds, and even Ole Miss did use their number 1, even though Gunnar Hoagland, their 1A, is out for the year with Tommy John. They used their number 2, who's now their number 1, to pitch last night against Auburn to get into the double elimination part. But the thing you've been hearing about the top 4 is a lot of them are going to rest their pitchers. And so it's going to be interesting to see, and maybe put them on pitch counts or pitch them out of the bullpen. So going to be fascinating to see who starts against Alabama for Tennessee today. Yeah. And then who Alabama starts, because Dylan Smith has been Alabama's really second starter all year long, and it'll be interesting to see if he starts today. According to Jason Jackson, who was on the post game, you heard here on 97.7 The Zone, they're probably going to hold him back one more day. So we really don't know who Alabama's going to start either.
You look like you got a little sun yesterday.
Yeah, I did. The SEC and their infinite wisdom. Scott, when they describe that, in their credential process, when they grant you the credential, they tell you you have an assigned seat in the first base press box, and so you're thinking there's an extended press box or whatnot, and they're they're going to put you there, and that's all well and good. Well, see, it's a bunch of garbage, because what they do is the press box is a roped off square. That's what they call the press area, and they want to put you behind all the cameras. With the TV shooting the highlights and everything, and with no chairs. They want you to stand basically the whole time. I tried to go up to the press box to clarify some things. I was told I didn't belong up there, and of course I grabbed after I told them basically that they were a joke. I grabbed a Diet Dr. Pepper and went back down, and then basically just decided to get into a shade seat in the stands. So that's what I did. I sat in the stands. There was no way I was going to stand for 3 hours. I was told that I could go to the Finley Center, I guess, which is they're not having an SEC experience because they think everybody's still going to get COVID. And so they didn't want to have a fan experience, so they set that up as a media center. So I guess that you can go over there and watch it on television, but I can do that at my house. So, going to get some suntan lotion and go back today to watch Alabama in the stands once again. Probably going to try to find another shade seat and hopefully even more shade this time. By the last 2 or 3 innings, as you can see, I didn't have any shade. But certainly enjoyed watching the game. But the SEC office and the way they treat radio is an absolute joke. And like I said, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, really, and what they put some of the media through and the way they placate to others and mistreat others. I mean, those guys really need to take a look of self-reflection and understand, we're trying to cover these teams. We're trying to do a service to them and stop trying to treat it as kind of an adversarial kind of thing and make your job hard. But the SEC office is a joke, at least the way they treat the media.
256-576-4977. That's the number of the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. You can get in on the show this morning. Coming up here in just a couple minutes, Hunter Royer is going to join us as we look ahead to UAH. They're already in the NCAA tournament. They got the Division II tournament coming up this week. They're going to take on a familiar face in Lee, UAH, a 5 seed in the tournament. So Hunter Royer is going to give us some insight to the Chargers challenge ahead. And as we mentioned, the SEC tournament will get underway again today at 9:30. Mississippi State and Florida will kick it off. That'll be followed by Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Arkansas, and then Vandy and Ole Miss. That is your lineup for today in Hoover.
And hated to see Auburn's season end. They fought last night. I mean, once again, you know how it is with the SEC tournament. It ended about 11. It was a late start and a late ending. But Butch Thompson and Auburn, they battled the whole way. They started one of their better guys, Jack Owen. He had some success early. But then, around the 3rd inning, it was a big inning for Ole Miss, and they built a 5-1 lead. Auburn actually cut it to 5-4, was really pressuring, and then a home run, from the Ole Miss catcher kind of iced it in the 7th inning, 7-4. But hated to see the careers end of Cody Greenhill and Judd Ward from Russellville. They've both been a big part of Auburn baseball, since joining Butch Thompson's program. And Cody finished the game on the mound. He hadn't thrown since May the 7th, so it was good to see him finish up. Judd Ward played, out in left field as he always does. But, again, they're going to lose Ryan Bliss. He led the game off with a home run, very likely to the Major League draft. Stephen Williams was out, another one of their better hitters who can catch and play outfield. He had taken a pitch to the face, so it was really rough. I hated to see that he didn't get a chance to play. I'm really disappointed for them, but they did battle and just lost against a great team at Ole Miss who is going to host a regional in their own right.
All right, let's go to the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Wes is with us. Good morning, Wes.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Drew, maybe you just ain't as important as you think you are. Maybe that's why you got treated the way you did.
Maybe so. Nice phone call, clown.
All right, let's get a break in. When we come back, Hunter Royer going to join the show next.
You're listening to Talkin Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Got a new wreck, Governor's westbound at the Parkway. That one reported with an injury, but they've canceled Himsey on it. They're trying to put it off in a parking lot. Got a report of a wreck, 72 in Woodville. I don't have an injury update on that one. Bailey Cove and Weatherly just had a minor injury. They canceled Himsey on it. And we got signal damage in Decatur at 6th and Moulton. They're asking you to avoid that intersection if you can. Popeye's 3-piece snack is only $4.99. You get 3 pieces of that crispy tender chicken and a buttermilk biscuit at Popeye's, University and Jordan, 72 and Jeff and North Parkway. Captain Neck in the Popeye's Skywatch Traffic Center.
The sound of the organ. The crack of the bat.
It is gone.
The sight of watching the ball go over the wall. And the taste of peanuts and Cracker Jacks. There's nothing like it.
Play ball!
It's America's pastime. From the first pitch to the final out, you can hear every game right here on your home for Alabama baseball.
Your home of the Alabama Crimson Tide is 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
When I chose a garage door company, I did my homework. I needed precision overhead garage door service. They have a 5-star Google rating. I checked their reviews and liked what their customers had to say. Precision overhead garage door has lifetime warranty packages. Same-day service if I call before 2 p.m. If they can't make it the same day, my service call fee the next day is waived. They did a 25-point safety inspection on the door and operator. Now that's peace of mind. Residential, commercial, and gate services. Precision overhead garage door service. Call 256-400-4500.
Guys, when we were 20, we never had to worry about spontaneity. And now that we've gotten older, spontaneity has been replaced with pills and injections. We're just trying to keep that intimacy, but it's taken away from spontaneity. At Advanced Life Clinic, we now offer GainsWave, which uses sound waves to non-invasively treat this issue with no need for pills or injections. Just give us a call, 256-888-9367, or check us out online, advancedlifeclinic.com.
McCurry Motors is your car and van rental headquarters. You can rent the vehicle you need today. Family in town, sporting event, church function, no matter what your need, McCurry Motors has you covered with a wide selection of cars and vans available for rent. They have 12-passenger Mercedes Sprinter vans, 12-passenger Ford Transit vans, 15-passenger Ford Transit vans, and 15-passenger Chevrolet Express vans. They have 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville.
You know that there are some words that have really messed up our world. The devil, way back in Genesis, said, "Has God really said?" Unfortunately, we often listen to those words of the devil. We question God's word. We often doubt God's goodness, and we make a mess for ourselves and so many others. Hey, let's honor the word of God for what it is. It is God's word. Let's follow it and be blessed by it. Hey, I'm John Dees, pastor of Cross Point Church, smack dab across the street from the YMCA in Madison, and check us out at cpcfamily.org.
Are you in the market for a recreational vehicle? Do you want to get out and see more of this beautiful country? Well, imagine hearing the laughter of your little ones enjoying gooey s'mores by a cozy campfire and making lasting memories with your friends and family from the comfort of a new camper. We can make your dreams come true at Hall's RV. With over 15 years in the camping business, we know how to get our customers into the perfect camper. We have several models and floor plans here for you to choose from, both new and used. We're family owned and operated with fantastic deals and great service. Everyone wants to work with people they can trust, so come on down to Hall's RV and get the deal of a lifetime. We'll treat you right and get you on the road in the camper of your dreams. Visit us on Highway 431 in Albertville. Hall's RVs, where we sell fun. Or see us on the web at www.hallsrvsales.com.
This is Chuck Oliver. Listen to me coming up at noon today. Now, back to Talkin Ball with Scott Theisen and Drew DeArmond on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
And welcome back to Talking Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Indeed, on this Wednesday morning. Now, come tomorrow at 3 p.m., the UAH Chargers are going to take on Lee. That is 5-seed UAH taking on 2nd-seed Lee in the NCAA Division II Baseball Championships. The regional championships getting underway. The South Region Tournament is going to be played on the campus of West Florida down there in Pensacola. It's the 7th time in program history UAH baseball has reached the NCAA Tournament, and the 3rd time the team will compete in the South Region, Drew. So great news there for the Chargers.
It is, no doubt about it. It's been, a weird and difficult season due to COVID, but they've been able to navigate it. They made a huge run over at Oxford, Alabama, in Choccolocco Park to the semifinals of the Gulf South Conference Tournament, which really sealed it up for UAH. They were the ranked 4th in the region, so they felt really good once they made that run. of getting to the NCAA regionals. And as Scott said, it's always a great accomplishment when you do that. I had a chance to speak to our next guest about it when we were over at Madison Academy, watching them against Russellville. UAH has a signee, now a state champion at Russellville, their first baseman, fine player who's going to be a Charger. But Hunter Royer is now with us on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline, the head coach of the Chargers, and they are getting ready for postseason this week. Coach, congratulations, man. I know when we spoke, you really were excited. You felt good about it, but it's always good to make it turn into reality.
I appreciate it, guys. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, we're very excited. The guys are excited, and we came down yesterday, and unfortunately we got to do COVID testing this morning, and then we practiced at 3:00. But we're excited, looking forward to it.
Yeah, you guys get that 5th seed. That's exactly almost where you told us you were going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we felt good about it. We were 4th going into the tournament, and when we made that deep run, went 3-2 in the tournament, beat teams that were right there ranked in the region, I felt like there's no doubt we'd stick in, and we did that. So we'll get the chance to play Lee now, who we didn't get to play during the regular season, and see if we can make a little noise.
Yeah, no question, Coach. And I know one of the things you were hoping is whoever you drew in the regional would be someone maybe that you hadn't played and hadn't seen. So that's I know it's still a conference school in a way, but at least you haven't played them. So there is a chance maybe to with that lack of familiarity to maybe surprise some people.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're very, very good. They've had a great season. They got one of the top draft prospects in Division II as far as a pitcher's concerned. He's really good, man. He's anywhere from 92 to 95, been up to 98. So we'll have our hands full. But these guys have, they have really laid it on the line the last month and a half or so, and have not quit and had that fighter's mentality. And I'm sure they will this week also.
Yeah, this was supposed to have been a series with you guys. You guys were supposed to play each other back in April, but this was part of the cancellation games that you guys were forced to miss.
Yeah, we had that 2 or 3 week period where we were shut down really, and and I think I told you guys earlier, we felt like during that time, with 12 games left, I felt like we'd either go like 8-4, 9-3, or 3-9 or 4-8. There wouldn't be any middle ground, and it's been good. That layoff was good for us, and hopefully we've had about 2 weeks here again, so hopefully we'll be rested and ready to go. But yeah, we missed them during that layoff.
Well, Coach, I wanted to take a look back too at the great run you had in the GSC tournament. When we spoke with you before, you felt like you guys had a chance to make a run. You were playing good baseball going in, but you were going to have some pitchers step up, and it surely seemed that was the case.
Well, I tell you what, we did. I mean, we our bullpen the last month has really been good, and then we get to the tournament, and some guys stepped up tremendously. I mean, Parker Henson, a senior, and a guy that's had an unbelievable year. If you look at his numbers, I think he threw 7 innings, maybe in the second game gets shorter, out of the bullpen, or 6 or something, and it was shut down. I mean, it was absolutely great. Heath Finn, another senior, out of the bullpen, has been exceptional. So, I mean, these guys, they have pitched extremely well. And, of course, Cody Kaiser, a left-hander for us, has been really good. I think at one point he had over 22 or 23 innings where he went scoreless. And then Caleb Brewer started against Delta State second time and has not had a start all year. And he went probably six innings against Delta State, so extremely well. So, that's what we're going to have again. If we're fortunate enough to be in this thing again at the end, it's going to be a guy that probably has not started this year that's going to get that call. So that, we've got some injuries on the mound, unfortunately, and a couple guys that will not participate. But, that's that's what it's all about. Guys stepping up. I believe they're ready to do that.
I'm sure at this point, one of the teams you really don't want to see is Delta State again, just because you've seen them 5 times now this year.
Yeah, you guys had some battles with Delta, Coach.
We have, and that's the great thing about it. I've always loved playing Delta State, and it's a respect thing. And Rodney and I, Coach Bass and I talked after the first game and again after the second game, and both of us were like, yeah, man, that's why we love playing each other, where we walk off, beat them 6-5 or whatever, and they walk off and beat us 5-4. I mean, that's why you play the game. I mean, that's the fun part of it, even sometimes if you lose. But, yeah, I would rather not see them again, but unfortunately, if we stick around long enough, we'll definitely see them.
No question. And Coach, well, talk about how your team swung the bats. I know you guys have been on a break since the GSC tournament over in Oxford, but how did you think your team swung the bats overall in the tournament?
Extremely well. I mean, that's probably where this thing's really taken off. We felt like at the beginning of the year we'd have a team that could really hit. We didn't do that early. Didn't do it the first half of the season, but after the break we kind of caught fire. And in the tournament we had big 2-out hits and hitting well runners in scoring position. And guys just stepped up. Bodine had a heck of a tournament, and he's had a great year. But, John Trousdale really caught fire after the break and had a good tournament. Ezel and Brewer, those guys played well. So we've just swung it well, man. We got hot at the right time. That's what you got to do in baseball.
Well, Coach, we talk all the time about how deep the SEC is when it comes to baseball and how great their tournament is because it's like playing in the World Series. I look at the Gulf South Conference, and I think almost the same thing can be said right now. You go to the South region, 5 of the 6 teams are from the Gulf South Conference. How impressive is that as a conference, and does it just show how deep and how talented of a baseball conference you guys play in?
Anybody's going to argue their conference is the best, but I would argue anybody that year in, year out, the GSC is the best Division II conference in the country, year in, year out. You have got, you can finish 4th or 5th in the league and be good 6th in the league, 7th in the league, and win the tournament. You can, and I would argue the same thing about the South region. If you just go look at the World Series winners the past 10, 12 years, most of them have come from the South region. We got Tampa in this thing, and usually got Nova Southeastern, Florida Southern, and, you've got to be extremely good to win this regional. And it's tough. It is really tough. But our league is one of the best, and it's a great league and competitive and fun to play in.
It really is. And, Coach, I know you talked about the arm that you could potentially and probably will face when you face Lee. What about their lineup? What have you seen as you've studied it a little bit? I know you haven't seen them in person and played them, but what's the scouting report kind of about them offensively?
Well, when you got a guy like that on the mound, they're going to try to score runs early. They're going to move runners. They're going to bunt well. They're going to try to play for one. Mm-hmm. They got a lot of confidence in him, and they should. He's got a 1.8 ERA. He has struck out a bunch of people, and but they got Beamish, who's hit 21 home runs, I think. They got Alan Smith, who's an Alabama kid, plays third, is one of the better hitters in the league. They're going to be very good top to bottom. Their top 5 is especially good, but they're going to be sound 6 through 9, be able to move runners and things of that nature. But they are going to be a tremendous challenge. They've had a great year, and it starts on the mound with him. That gives you a lot of confidence. Most weekends he shut a lot of people down and gives you confidence going into the next 2 games, but their bullpen's sound. So we are definitely going to have our hands full with them.
No question about it. And, Coach, I know we don't want you to give away your game plan here, but how are you going to kind of approach this from a pitching standpoint?
Well, it's no secret. We'll start Cody Kaiser first game, our left-hander. And as I told the players, we'll meet again tonight after dinner. But,
yeah,
we've talked about it as a staff. I mean, we're going to do whatever we got to do to win game one. I mean, we're probably a little short on the mound anyway. We're going to do whatever we got to do to win game one. And then if we win game one, we come back to the hotel, we'll figure out who's going to start game two. So that's what we're going to do, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. UAH head baseball coach Hunter Royer joining us on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Coach, you've mentioned you guys got down there, you get through COVID protocol, and today you finally get to practice, right?
Yeah, we'll practice at 3 o'clock. We get an hour on the field, so after we stretch and all that stuff, we'll have about 45 minutes and, take ground balls, hit a little short round of BP, and we've played down here once this year. We played West Florida, so we're used to the environment. We'll get out there today in the heat and sweat a little bit, get a little work in, and come back to the hotel, eat dinner tonight, have a little team meeting, and get ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got to believe the kids are super excited, Coach. I mean, that you just like you already told us, you guys are having COVID testing again today. You've had to go through it so many times this year. But with all the adversity and the things the players have gone through, this is the end game is to make the postseason and have a chance to compete, for a national title. So they've got to be super excited about this opportunity.
They are. It's been a while since we've been here. They are. We've been right on the edge of it more than once, but
right.
It's they're extremely excited about it. I know these guys. And that's why they came back. We got some guys who are here for 5 and 6 years, and a lot of guys. That's why they came back. They wanted to be in this position. We were in a good spot last year off the 16-5 start. Felt really disappointed it was cut short. And, that's why they're here, man. That's why they came back. Some guys that, have had jobs lined up, ready to go to work and move on with their life. But that's why they're here. They want a chance to compete for a regional.
All right. Well, Coach, we're going to ask you this. UAH is successful this weekend in the regional if.
Yeah.
We're going to be successful if, it's like I said earlier, somebody's going to have to step up on the mound that has not thrown a lot of innings and give us a quality start, whether that be 3 innings or 4 innings, and go through the lineup one time, maybe a time and a half, and just keep us in the game till we can get to the latter part of the game and get some guys out there that's coming off some short rest probably.
Yeah, and then always the key in tournament play, Coach. It was for Alabama yesterday. If you play clean baseball, it gives you a shot.
Yeah, we just gotta, and our staff's not overpowering. We're gonna always have to play clean, but I think that if we play good defense, it'll give ourselves a chance. And it's like any time else, especially a game like tomorrow when you face him. You get that runner at third, less than 2 out. Whether it's a safety squeeze or hitting the ground ball to second base, we got to get him in. Can't squander opportunities.
And we'd be remiss before we let you go, though. Is Grady with you guys? He going to be in the dugout?
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, what timing.
Yes. There he is.
Hey, Grady, what's the score going to be, man?
6-3.
6-3. There we go. Huge. All right, bud.
Get 6 runs off of a guy that's going to get drafted. There you go. That's the way to get started.
He's got a lot of confidence.
Well, he should, no doubt. Good to hear from Grady. And Coach, good luck to you and the Chargers, man. We're going to be rooting for you.
All right, guys. Hey, we appreciate it, and y'all have a good day.
Thanks.
There you go. That was great.
Hunter Royer and a brief appearance from Grady.
There you go.
Down there in Pensacola. Hopefully he gets to the beach. But I know summer vacation.
Hey, it looks like I went to the beach yesterday. I got some sun. Hey, but I actually had a great seat. The Hoover Met, it's a great facility for the SEC tournament. 23 years straight, Scott.
Yeah.
And got a chance to sit down the first baseline in some shade for the first part of the game. By the end, of course, there wasn't. But certainly it was a good seat, and it was a great baseball game for Alabama. And they stepped up, played clean baseball, got a big win, 9-3. Got a big mountain to climb, though, later today. They'll same bat time, same bat channel against Tennessee. And Tennessee is one of the hottest teams in the country. So, but it was a great atmosphere over there last night. First time, since I think 05 LSU doesn't win a game in the tournament. They go home in the first game, Paul Maneri and their group. And that was an interesting contest because all those runs were scored in the first inning.
Yeah.
All 5 of them, and they didn't score the rest of the game. And but, I mean, so far, really good weather. I mean, they may have some chances for some rain later today and maybe later in the week. Hopefully it won't pause it too much, but still a great atmosphere over at the Hoover Met. The folks that, keep that ballpark up do a great job, and it was enjoyable to, a little bit different to be in the stands, but I enjoyed myself and got a chance to talk to some really nice folks, and looking forward to going back today.
All right, let's get a break in. When we come back, Talking Ball continues. Phone lines are open, and let's talk some cheating in college football.
You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Just got an accident. Sounds like it involves a pedestrian on Pratt Avenue near Dallas. 72 in Woodville, you got an accident working. May have some injuries there. Bailey, Coben, Weatherly just had a minor injury. Should clear pretty quick. Traffic signal damage in Decatur at 6th and Moulton. They want you to avoid that intersection. Snelling has positions in accounting, admin, and medical. Huntsville.snelling.com. Captain Nick in the North Parkway, Popeyes Skywatch Traffic Center.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
SportsMed is the official team physicians of the Rocket City Trash Pandas. And if the pros trust SportsMed, you can too. SportsMed provides every service you might need for complete orthopedic care, specializing in orthopedic surgery, sports medicine, joint replacement, spine surgery, neurosurgery, and podiatry. And they offer their own brace shop, in-house full-body MRI, physical therapy, walk-in clinic, and so much more. 4 locations and on the web at sportsmedalabama.com.
Ready, set, summer. Start your summer off fresh with savings on washers and dryers during the Memorial Day Savings event at the Home Depot. Give your laundry room an upgrade with big savings in-store and online on top appliances like LG high-efficiency top-load washers and dryers for just $6.98 each. Right now, you'll save a bundle. So kick off your summer with the Memorial Day Savings event at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last. Free delivery on purchases of $396 or more. Valid through June 9th.
If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
Hey folks, this is Arthur Seaton, managing partner of University Kia, here letting you know we are proud supporters of Madison Academy football. And a quick shout out to my son, Avery Seaton, number 19. Stop into University Kia today and shop our large selection of new Kias, including our all-new Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the stylish new K5, and the sporty new Seltos. Visit universitykia.com to view all our great offers and get pre-approved in minutes so you can drive home your new Kia today, because we want to see you in the Kia. Go Mustangs!
This segment of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by University Kia, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the state of Alabama. Located online at universitykia.com.
All right, welcome back. Talking Ball, 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. Coming up a little bit later in the show, we're going to get into Alex Scarborough's article on tampering in college football, but the fallout now is continuing from the Julio Jones interview on Fox Sports. Because, obviously, we have all heard the interview. We played it right here on the show. We talked about the whole thing. Well, now apparently this has caught everybody. The whole thing caught everybody off guard when Shannon Sharpe picked up the phone and called Julio Jones. The Falcons were blindsided. The same source told Fox Sports offices when Sharpe aired the phone call, he all declared that he was done with the team. It's still unclear whether Jones knew he was live on the air, but it has got Jones's agents. They've reached out to Fox about the situation because they didn't even know that Julio Jones was going to be on there. There's a lot of people now starting to dig into the phone call that Shannon Sharpe did with Julio Jones.
Well, that's exactly what Shannon Sharpe wanted. That's what he wanted for their their TV show. Just get it publicity, man. That's why they did it. I got a funny feeling that Julio understood, where he was and what he was doing. Julio's a calculated guy. He hasn't really aired anything like that before in his career. Okay, he's been a guy that didn't rock the boat, has never demanded things. He did sit out training camp before getting his latest contract reworked, but that's part of it. I mean, and yes, last year was an off year for him. He ended up injured and missed a lot of time, but he's still no doubt the greatest receiver in Falcon history. Should be a Hall of Famer. Should have delivered them their only Super Bowl win. We've talked about that. But, it is what it is. I mean, now he wants to go to a winner. I think he's been frustrated with the direction the Falcons have been going. I think he enjoyed Arthur Blank. I think Arthur Blank is a good owner. I know I was reading yesterday Arthur Blank was upset that, he aired his dirty laundry like that. But it happens sometimes. And, and he wants to move on. He wants to go to finish his career with a different organization, one that he thinks has a better chance to win. And certainly, and look, the Falcons put themselves in this position with, the bad decisions of the previous administration led by Thomas Dimitroff and Dan Quinn. And then, the contract that they signed Julio to. It's the one that put them in this cap situation. So really the Falcons have nobody to blame but themselves in this deal. And Julio knew they were going to have to, make a move, and they're going to end up having to trade him because, even before this this interview, this telephone call, pardon me, this is why do you think that all this stuff was being leaked, that Julio was on the block? And that was without Julio saying anything. Now you find out later, he requested a trade in March. Well, they never made that public. But you started hearing around as the draft approached that Julio Jones is, on the trade block. He could be moved. Well, that was leaked out probably by Julio's agents and things of that nature, and the Falcon people as well, to let you know, hey, I'm taking calls on Julio Jones. So Julio just decided to break the silence. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with that. He wants to win, and it's like B. Rich when he called in yesterday. The great thing about Julio Jones, it's not about how many catches I get. It's not about how many touchdowns I score. It's always been about winning for him, and he wants to win. And he tried to turn the Falcons into a winner, and they had some good seasons. But that organization right now is not in great shape. They're having to retool. Probably the last year for Matt Ryan, and then they're going to completely rebuild, you would think. But still, I mean, you got Terry Fontenot, new general manager, and so Julio Jones wants to make some playoff runs late in his career, doesn't think that can happen in the ATL, and so he wants to go somewhere else. Certainly the Patriots and the Titans seem to have emerged as the favorites, and the Patriots did not have a good year last year, but they're in transition as well because Tom Brady left town to go to Tampa and win another Super Bowl. So they're trying to retool. And then you look at the Titans, they have been close. They're getting into the playoffs. But they haven't been to the Super Bowl since the days of Kevin Dyson and Steve McNair, but they think they're close. And so a guy like Julio Jones would be a big piece of the puzzle there.
As I mentioned, the fallout, though, does continue. Now there's reports coming out that Fox could be in the doghouse now with the NFL because of the new deal that they signed and of past trends with like ESPN and others when they do stories on the NFL. And then there's the legal part that apparently California is a two-party consent state. So that means both Jones and Sharp would have had to have knowledge that the call was being aired or recorded. Sharp, if pursued. Now, I don't know who would pursue this. The Atlanta Falcons, I don't know who would pursue this. But Sharp could face a misdemeanor charge for violating the California Penal Code, although there'd have to be a complaint filed. And like I said, I don't know who would file the complaint. This particular misdemeanor carries up to a $2,000 fine and or a year in jail. So like I said, I don't know who would file the complaint, but
with what's going on in this country, you're going to try to get Shannon Sharp into legal trouble for that? We got a lot bigger issues in the United States than that crap. I can tell you that.
Right. I'm just saying, though, that could happen. Anyway, that is some of the fallout that continues from the Julio Jones, Shannon Sharp. It's now becoming a headache, though, for Fox. It was made for good TV, and it's getting the show out there that is without a doubt. But it is creating now a little bit of headache for Fox. 256-576-4977. That is the number to the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. We want to get in on your thought. We want to get your thoughts this morning. And before we end our number one, Drew, I saw this yesterday from John Rothstein. And John Rothstein is very connected when it comes to college basketball. CBS Sports, very good at what he does for college basketball, Drew. But he is saying, and he reported this yesterday, that multiple mid-major programs are opting not to play guaranteed games against high major programs because it's giving Power 5 conference teams a free live evaluation of future players who could move up via the transfer portal.
Well, I mean, it goes back to what we've even talked about with the spring season for the FCS, and that's that a lot of schools in Power 5, Division I, all that, and the FBS were getting a chance to watch these teams play and see what kind of players they had. And a lot of coaches were nervous about that. Mike Parris, the longtime voice for over 40 years of the South Carolina Gamecocks, I think he even mentioned it on the drive with Steve Moulton that, you're being watched closely by these. And we saw Trey Berry, who graduate transferred from Jacksonville State and went to Boston College. And so they were nervous about schools poaching their players because they have some really good players that end up, you always see it.
Right.
You always see them, guys from FCS programs making the NFL. So it's the same thing in college basketball, except there wasn't a different season. You didn't have that craziness. But I can see that a little bit. But guess what? I understand that some of these mid-majors don't want to do that, but you know why most of them are going to keep doing it?
Is what I said last night. They need the money.
They need the money. You need those big paydays to pay your bills. So, I mean, look, here's what I do know. There's players everywhere, okay? You may lose a player or two, and there may be some complaints. But see, the funny thing about it is they're seeing the other side of the coin. I think when this was first broached a few years ago about, one-time transfer rules, I think some of these small schools were excited, like, oh, wow, these dudes are going to be leaving these Power 5 programs, moving down.
Because they're not playing, they want more playing time,
but,
yeah.
Well, but guess what? There's also going to be really good players trying to move up. There's there's two sides to it.
Okay.
And Nick Saban warned about that. He's like, well, there's going to be, the haves are still going to, have the pick of the litter over the have-nots. And so it makes your job more difficult. There's no doubt about that. But there's always two sides to every coin. And again, I think, there may be some mid-major schools that are avoiding trying to play some of these, Power 5s, but it's not going to, it doesn't work long term because you have to do it to pay your bills, man. These schools don't have the money to do so. They don't have the money to sustain their program without it.
All right. That's hour 1 in the books. We're going to kick off hour number 2 talking tampering and cheating in college football. It's an interesting topic that's starting to gain a lot of traction right now, and we'll jump out in front of it when hour number 2 kicks off. Vince Ferrara will join us in hour number 2 as well.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You know, you'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Just got a wreck on 431 northbound near Taylor Lane. That one may have an injury involved. Got one on electronics just off Wall Triana. That one is an injury type. Had a pedestrian-involved accident, Pratt near Dallas. That's over near 5 Points. 72 in Woodville. Still got a wreck working there. Bailey Cove and Weatherly should be clearing. Still got traffic signal damage indicator at 6th and Moulton. Expert Heart Care backed by advanced technology. When you need cardiac care, you need the Heart Doctor. Dr. Randall Burns and the team at Huntsville Heart Specialist. Captain Nick in the Jordan Lane Popeye Skywatch Traffic Center.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. Partly sunny skies this afternoon. Temperatures hanging out in the mid and upper 80s. Some of the traditionally warm spots would see the lower 90s. The opportunity is there for a couple of scattered showers or thunderstorms. None of this activity is going to stick around very long, and a good majority of us may end up staying dry. We are completely dry through the overnight, early into your Thursday morning. We're going to start the day on Thursday in the mid and upper 60s, climbing into the upper 80s and lower 90s under partly sunny skies. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Brett Musburger's Action Update. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
Now, here are the latest lines from my guys in the desert.
Tonight, the Braves and the Red Sox. Atlanta coming in a plus 103 money line underdog. Boston minus 113. The over-under 10. Braves took the first game on Tuesday 3-1. NBA playoffs continuing tonight. The Wizards at the Sixers in Game 2. Washington an 8-point road underdog. Over-under 230.5. Hawks a 2-point underdog at the New York Knicks. 212.5 total. And the Grizzlies plus 8.5 at the Jazz. Over-under 218. The most recent odds to win the World Series updated on Monday. The Dodgers the favorite to repeat at plus 300. Yankees and Padres each at plus 700. White Sox at plus 800. Mets plus 1,000, Astros plus 1,600, and the Braves plus 1,700.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Log on today, 977ESPN.com. Or 97.7. That's 256-576-4977. Now, here's Scott and Drew.
And hour number 2, as always, brought to you by our good friends at Terrell Technical Services Incorporated. They offer that full line of environmental health and safety services, including industrial hygiene, asbestos, mold, and bacterial services, Legionella testing, water management plans, lead-based paint inspection assessments and abatement plans, environmental site assessments, LEED certified DARE testing, and more. Their staff does hold all US EPA accreditations and nationally recognized certifications and credentials to necessitate your project to completion. Give Terrell Technical Services a call today, 256-461-9278, to discuss your environmental health or safety needs. And 256-576-4977, that's the number to the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. And we welcome your phone calls in as we get ready for hour number 2. On ESPN.com, Alex Scarborough has a fantastic article, and it's called Tampering Has Arrived in College Football, and it looks like NBA free agency. And it has to do with the one-time transfer rule. It has to do with everything that's going on with that. And in the article, Drew, he puts, tampering officially arrived in college football this offseason, leaving coaches to both laminate the current state of the game and try to keep up. He says an SEC coach, in the article he wrote, an SEC head coach said that not only is tampering happening, it happens most of the time. He says a prominent high school coach has told them that he has seen it increase to the point that he estimates 60% of college teams are tampering right now.
Well, I mean, it's hard to police. I mean, how are you going to be able to stop it? And trust me, when they talk about tampering, I think that it's mostly initiated by said player and family, and reaching out to other schools to find out if there's a shot for them to go to another school. Okay, I don't really think it's being initiated by the college or those coaches. I think that it's being initiated by disgruntled families and players. Because they want to move on. They don't like their situation, and they want to go somewhere where they think they got a better shot to win or a better shot to showcase their talent. And, again, when you pass a rule like this, that's what's going to happen. I mean, there's going to be people complaining about it and saying, well, you know, it's the wild, wild west and things of that nature. What did they expect? I mean, I'm sorry. You knew this was going to happen. And Nick Saban warned everybody about this. I've said it again. It's like a recording. But he said, look, you think that you're going to hurt the Power 5 and the elite programs because all these kids are going to leave. But if you take care of your players and you develop your players, you're not going to lose that many. And yet your program is attractive.
Right.
So it's going to attract talent. So, look, this is what you wanted. Well, this is what you get. So now it's kind of like what Alex said, you have to adjust.
So inside the article, Alex wrote that he talked to an ACC assistant coach, and the assistant coach said all the NCAA would have to do is check phone records to see what's really going on. And this has to go back, and then this goes into the oversight committee. He says, but they won't. He said the NCAA won't do this. He said he just doesn't think that they don't want to do that stuff. He goes, they just don't want to do it. That being the oversight committee. That led Eli Drinkwitz in the article saying he scoffed at the idea of the NCAA oversight committee. And this is what Eli Drinkwitz said. It would need to open an investigation, he said, and what good would that do when it still hasn't punished the coaches implicated in the FBI's investigation of college basketball? And I quote, what kind of ferociousness is behind the enforcement if you have people on tape admitting to violations and they're still actively coaching? That is, quote unquote, from Eli Drinkwitz, the Missouri football coach.
No question about it. I mean, I don't blame Coach Drinkwitz for what he said. I mean, Western Union's still coaching. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We joke about it, but it's really stunning. I mean, now we've seen eventually these coaches be dealt with and be dismissed. I mean, we certainly saw it with Sean Miller finally. Now that they packaged it at Arizona, well, he didn't make the tournament, or we weren't having the success. I mean,
Right.
come on, we all know what happened. Okay, they finally saw a point of no return, and so they decided to dismiss him. So so they've had to had to go to the new era of Arizona basketball. So I'm surprised that in a way that Will Wade, and shocked that he's still employed. But LSU has taken and it's the decision of the university.
Yeah.
And Scott Woodward, and he didn't hire Will Wade, but Will Wade's won enough to where they're saying, look, we're going to keep him until you prove to us, that he did something wrong. But he did. I mean, he's on tape. That's what Coach Drinkwitz is saying. But they've decided to dig in and just let the process, go where it may, and let it play out. But I think too, if LSU had missed the tournament last year, or if they miss it this year, or the minute he has any sort of huge adversity on the court, I think they will dismiss him for cause and not pay him a dime. But he's winning games, and LSU has chosen to stand behind him, which to me is mystifying.
In the article, Sonny Dykes, the SMU head coach, brought up the wiretaps as well.
Yeah.
And he says he believes the NCAA committee is reinforcing the old adage, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And he says you want people in our sport to be ethical enough where they don't fall prey to that. Dykes goes on to say, but you got to win, and you got a high-pressure job, and you have all of these things, and then all of a sudden you look up and you go, oh, they didn't punish anybody, and they're not going to punish me. So why not? Quote, unquote, that's from Sonny Dykes. Let's go to the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Roland is with us this morning. Good morning, Roland.
What's up, Roland?
Hey guys, what's going on? I enjoy y'all's show, and
thank you.
I listen Drew on 100.9. I enjoy these on their shows, but I just want to talk a little softball this morning.
Sure.
I just want to ask Drew, do you think Murphy's a great coach?
I do. He won a national championship, which was the first in SEC history. His program has been very consistent, and that's really the mark of a great program. They're a perennial Oklahoma City participant, and you look at his regional and super regional record, which is undeniably great. Certainly, he hasn't won multiple titles like Tim Walton and Patty Gasso, but not many have. And he's on a very short list of coaches that have won it all. I think if this continues and trends, I think he can win another one at Alabama. But certainly, I think Coach Patrick Murphy's a great coach.
What frustrates me is the hitting. I know they led the league in, I think, in runs this year, scored.
They did.
But when they get to the World Series, you got to have some boppers. You can't go out there and expect Montana to hold Oklahoma to 3 runs. And I just don't know if Alabama's got enough hitting to, beat Oklahoma or UCLA either one. And I can't understand why he can't go out and recruit some big boppers.
Well, he has the Player of the Year in Bailey Hempill, who's one of the greatest hitters, not just in Alabama history, but in SEC history. Taylor Clark has stepped up in the clutch immensely with some huge home runs for Alabama as well. Jenna Johnson is back. She has contributed. I think Kaylee Tow's had one heck of a year as an all-SEC player at first base. Done a great job swinging the bat. I like KB Sides. And remember, KB Sides missed a month hurt as well. She's back. She gives you some speed, and she has the ability to hit for power. And I really like the bottom of the lineup. Alyssa Brown is like a second leadoff hitter. And then Mac does a great job at the top of the lineup. They've actually swung the bat, I think, a lot better down the stretch. But I think, this lineup would have been even more powerful with Bailey Dowling. Bailey Dowling would have been one of the best players, not just freshmen, but the best players in the country if she hadn't gotten hurt. But I think it's remarkable with the injuries to her and Claire Jenkins that they're where they are anyway. And then with Skylar Wallace transferring, you basically Taylor Clark would have been 4th on the depth chart at shortstop, and yet she stepped up. So we'll see what happens, but if they continue to get big hits in clutch situations, and that's basically what softball is about, Alabama can make a deep run. But them being 2 wins from Oklahoma City, and I think being a heavy favorite to reach it, with all those injuries, I think is pretty amazing, Roland. And I think going in the future, if Dowling comes back healthy and some of the other young ladies he's recruited, and then I left off Woodard too, who's done a great job. Since Claire Jenkins went down, if they continue to get some production up and down that lineup and some clutch hits, I think Alabama can make a run this year. But I definitely think in the future they're going to make some more runs at national championships.
One girl I was wanting to ask about, and she come in last year with a lot of fanfare as far as the Gatorade Player of the Year in Florida and all that, and won awards all across the country. And that's Alex Salter, a pitcher.
Yeah,
Is she being redshirted? Or?
Yes, she's being redshirted. She'll be there next year. She will basically take Goodman's spot. I know they're very high on her. She was ranked in the top 15 in the country, I think, overall. And let's not forget, too, Lexi Kilfoyle, that's another injury that they had. She finally came back in the regional against Alabama State, but she had missed over a month, really, with a back situation, and they didn't have her in the lineup swinging the bat or pitching. So Coach Murphy's had to really kind of rejigger his lineup and the pitching situation. But Montana Fouts has basically channeled her inner Jackie Traina and really carried this team. And so I think that she can carry them to Oklahoma City. Once you get there, I mean, it's tough. You're playing the best of the best. And a lot of times, Roland, you don't score a lot of runs in Oklahoma City because you're facing elite pitching. But I will say, I do think they still got a shot. With Bailey Hemphill, the way she swung the bat in the postseason, with the way Savannah Woodard has stepped up. Even in a couple of situations late in the year, Maddie Morgan got some big hits. So I think this team's pretty resilient. I don't know if they'll win it all, but I think they can make a run at it. And then again, in the future, I know they have to replace Hemphill. I think Dowling will go a long way to doing that, and some other young ladies that they're bringing in a couple other really talented hitters as well. I saw one of them in Oxford last week, in Jenna Lord, who's a really, really good-looking player who may be in the mix to replace Morgan at third base. So we'll see. But they're definitely going to still have some elite talent in Tuscaloosa.
Got one more quick question. I'll let you go. Nobody brought this up, but Montana's got 2 more years she can play. And with this likeness thing coming through probably next year or year after, she could stay in Tuscaloosa that 5th year and probably make some money, wouldn't you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, the name, image, and likeness, certainly. A young lady like herself, she's a beautiful young lady, plus she's so good at what she does. She's one of the elite pitchers in the country. As far as the female collegiate athlete, I think definitely she would be marketable. And it would be great if Alabama can get 2 more years out of her, because they didn't get a whole season out of her last year. And she's really used that time, though, to get better, put more spin on her ball, and just become dominant. And when you're throwing 75 miles per hour in the circle, that's like 100 miles an hour off of a regulation baseball mound. She's just been unbelievable, and she's taken her game to another level. And that's why I think Alabama's got a really good shot to win 2 out of 3 against Kentucky and move on to the Elite Eight in Oklahoma City.
Against Tennessee, when Murph took Montana out in I believe it was 5th inning, 1 out.
Right.
Brought in and when she come back in, she acted like she was pissed off.
Well, that's the way she tends to rise to the occasion. Traina did the same thing during the 2012 run. In the biggest moments, she rose to the occasion, and I think Montana does that exceptionally well. Certainly, Coach Murphy, what I respected was he came out and said, look, the players bailed me out. I shouldn't have, that wasn't a wise move by me, and I respect that from great coaches. A lot of times coaches don't, come out and admit a mistake. They don't wear it. He did, and certainly the players stepped up, and Montana closed the door, slammed it shut, and she's been unbelievable. And she'll certainly start game 1 against Kentucky. If Alabama gets that win, it'll be interesting to see if Murphy goes for the throat with Montana in the second game. Personally, I would, and I wouldn't treat it like a regular season series where they do try to throw other young ladies, but I would dance with the horse that got me there, and if Montana's feeling good, I would ride that train.
Okay, guys, great show and everything. Drew, I wouldn't let that guy that called earlier faze me one bit.
Well, he's listening to the show, so we appreciate Wes for listening. Everybody has their right to have their take on things. And again, I wasn't just talking about myself. I was talking about the media as a whole. And radio people as a whole, because I respect the radio business so much. So again, he can have his opinion, but I just appreciate him listening. We have gotten his attention, that's for sure.
Because I have to listen to, like I say, Test Booth shows every week just to hear you on Gary's show and also on Ryan's show. So keep up the good work, guys, and I enjoy it.
Thank you, Roland.
256-576-4977. That is the number to the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. We want your opinions, and you can get in on the show this morning. Before that, we were talking about the tampering and the cheating along college football. Bill Clark, also the UAB head coach, was interviewed for this article. And basically, Drew, all he said is, we all hope to have a great culture, but you'd be lying to say it didn't worry you. And so, I mean, there's a lot of great stuff in here.
Well, and they lost Tony Fair, to a graduate transfer going to Auburn. He had graduated from UAB, could have played another year there. But it's just something as a coach that you're going to have to deal with. That you'll have guys. Well, we just saw it. You kind of teased it at the start of the show. Auburn could be in the mix for another guy in the portal from Troy. A wide receiver, very productive player for them, went into the transfer portal yesterday. And due to his position coach, Cornelius Williams, the former Hoover Buck, being the wide receiver coach at Auburn, everybody's assuming that he may end up at Auburn.
Mac Brown has a little bit of humor in this, and he says, yeah, you're absolutely concerned about other repercussions. He says, and I quote, you play a team now and you don't go shake the coach's hand on the other side. He says, you go shake the great tight end, and he says, hey, look, you're a great man. Oh, man, we should have recruited you. Wish you were here. Well, he said, now he can be. So just a little different thought on the thing. He says an SEC assistant coach in the article said everybody thinks they're LeBron, even if they haven't played a lick. So great stuff here by Alex Scarborough.
Yeah,
just kind of bringing stuff to surface a little bit.
Eye-opening stuff. Luckily, not many people watching LaDum. Have to love that. But
no, he's right though. Every kid thinks that when they get there, that they're going to
the NBA, NFL, or whatnot,
and they deserve to play. They deserve to start. They deserve to do this because of all this and their high school credits and their accolades and everything. They're the best. They're all yada yada. They get there and then they don't play, and so then they start bouncing around. And Wes brought up a good point that when we had talked about it, the guy that was from UNA that went to Alabama basically got himself some tape, and then now flipping that tape into something else where he thinks he could play because he deserves.
And he's not on scholarship, so they're not going to take away his aid. He's a walk-on,
right?
And so Giles Amos was too. Giles Amos had a good spring and got on the field from a special team standpoint. Made some waves though. And used that to go to Arkansas State and played and did a good job. Maybe Lanier will as well. He's a Tuscaloosa kid, no doubt about it. And I got to say also, we were talking about that. Is Kalen Geiger, by the way?
Yes.
This wide receiver from Troy. He had 77 catches 2 years ago in 19, and then this past year had 64. And if there's one thing we've heard consistently, the mantra is that Auburn's wide receiver room needs more talent. And I know the kid didn't play in the SEC, but he was a very productive player in the Sun Belt for
all Sun Belt 2 years.
Yeah, for Chip Lindsey. So he's probably looking for a shot to prove himself on the Power 5 level. And Auburn needs some upgrades maybe from a talent, and it gives him some experience. A guy that's played a lot of football, even if it's not in the SEC.
Well, after reading all this article, do you think Cornelius Williamson just picked up the phone call and said, "Hey, bud, are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy?" I just want to gauge your opinion. Are you happy?
I don't know about that, but I think Geiger has been planning this for a while. He was probably like, "Hey, this is my golden opportunity. my position coach just went to Auburn, and I was
hey, Coach, I miss you.
I've caught, nearly 200 passes here. I'm a good player, and so I've been overlooked, Now I get a chance maybe to showcase my talent.
Speaking of talent, plenty will be on display this afternoon there in the Hoover Met. SEC baseball tournament continues. That includes 2nd seed Tennessee taking on 10th seed Alabama. We'll preview that one coming up next.
You're listening to Talkin Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Got a wreck on 431 near Taylor Lane that's causing some problems. On Electronics Boulevard just off Wall Triana was an injury wreck. Had a pedestrian-involved wreck. Pratt Avenue near Dallas. 72 near Woodville still trying to clear up a wreck. Bailey Cove and Weatherly should be clear. Traffic signal damage in Decatur, 6th and Moulton. That one's causing a big problem this morning. 2030 Fast Track can make your clothes fall off. Greg lost 92 pounds in 6 months on the plan. A free hormone quiz will tell you if it can work for you. 2030huntsville.com. Captain Nick in the North Parkway, Popeyes Skywatch Traffic Center.
Depression is a daily battle, but there is a new weapon to help you fight depression: transcranial magnetic stimulation, or TMS. TMS is an innovative FDA-approved therapy for patients with severe depression. TMS is non-invasive and not a drug. It is a safe, effective in-office procedure designed to activate natural functions in your brain's neurotransmitters. Find out if TMS is right for you. Contact IBH of Decatur at 256-975-4162 or log on ibhus.com.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
I love overpriced stuff. Avocados, designer t-shirts, artisanal water, you name it. That's why I get my internet from the other guys. Paying more for the same stuff. What could be better?
Wow is better, because for just $19.99 a month, we give you the super fast, reliable internet you need and the awesome customer service you deserve. Act now for our best deal of the year. Internet 100 for just $19.99 a month at Huawei.com. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Offer subject to change. Restrictions and terms apply.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Hey folks, this is Arthur Seaton, managing partner of University Kia, here letting you know we are proud supporters of Madison Academy football. And a quick shout out to my son, Avery Seaton, number 19. Stop into University Kia today and shop our large selection of new Kias, including our all-new Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the stylish new K5, and the sporty new Seltos. Visit universitykia.com to view all our great offers and get pre-approved in minutes so you can drive home your new Kia today, because we want to see you in the Kia. Go Mustangs!
Have you tried the Hummus and Pita Company? Everything we make is 100% homemade, fresh, and health-focused, and you can enjoy it in our inviting contemporary environment. At the Hummus and Pita Company, we combine authentic flavors from across the Mediterranean with family recipes that have been developed from generation to generation. The Hummus and Pita Company, devoted to bringing high-quality, flavorful food to as many people as possible. In Huntsville at 2317 Memorial Parkway. See our full menu and more at hummusandpita.com.
This is Eli Gold, voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now more of Talkin Ball with Scott Theisen and Drew DeArmond on your home for Crimson Tide Sports 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Roll Tide.
And welcome back. Talking Ball 97.7 ESPN The Zone. As we've mentioned, the SEC baseball tournament will resume today in Hoover. 9:30 is the first game. Mississippi State, 3rd seed Bulldogs taking on 6th seed Florida. And then at 1 o'clock, tentatively, if that game gets done in time, you got 2nd seed Tennessee, 10th seed Alabama, the Crimson Tide Sports Network, the home for that one. We are the home for the Crimson Tide Sports Network, so you will be able to hear that game in its entirety right here with Chris Stewart and Roger Hoover from the Hoover Met. Time to preview this one a little bit because Tennessee, obviously, they got the bye into the double elimination portion as being the 2nd seed. The Vols off to a phenomenal regular season for Tennessee.
Really the best since the mid-'90s and the salad days of Rod Delmonico. And that's the last time, unbelievably, 1996, that Alabama and Tennessee met in the SEC tournament. That is just crazy to think about. That was a tidbit put out by our next guest. He is a part of the IMG Vol Baseball Radio Network, also a huge part of Sports Radio WNML. And, of course, that is our great friend in Knoxville, Tennessee, Vince Ferrara, who is joining us this morning on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Vince, it's always great to speak with you. You're with Drew and Scott. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, likewise. Good to be with you guys. Appreciate you. I'm doing well. Hope you guys are as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people wouldn't have been shocked to see the Vols taking on South Carolina, but Alabama had something to say about that. And in that the round where you win or go home, Alabama stepped up. Tyler Ross on short rest did a great job. 6 innings. Then they get 3 out of Brock Guffey. So Alabama still got some bullets to fire from a bullpen standpoint with Landon Green, certainly, and Chase Lee, but yet a huge challenge with this 20-10 Tony Vitello Tennessee Vols. Tennessee, I know they know they're hosting a regional, but really good shot right now, Vince, to also be a national seed.
Yeah, I think so. D1 Baseball has them in their projections as the number 5 national seed. We talked to Kendall Rogers from D1 Baseball yesterday on the afternoon show, and he reiterated what he has said on Twitter, that he thinks that Tennessee is absolutely a lock to be a top 8 national seed. And it seems like there's a little bit of there's a gap there for those 4 SEC teams in terms of being national seeds and contenders because of the strength of schedule, the conference, and how obviously what kind of home fields they could bring to the table. So it looks like Tennessee's in good shape, but it's the NCAA, so you never know. And it would be smart for Tennessee to win some games in Hoover, and that's something they haven't done in a long time. The last win for Tennessee in any game in Hoover was 2007.
Wow!
When they beat Vanderbilt. Now here's the kicker to that. They've lost 6 straight. So they've only played 6 games since that loss in 2007 in Hoover, including 4 straight one and dones in the elimination round. So that kind of tells you that Tennessee has not been present in this tournament past the midweek in a long time, and obviously that's something they want to check off the box. But it's been a year, guys, of checking boxes that have not been accomplished in a long time, whether it's the mid-2000s, mid-90s, as you mentioned. Last time they won the East was 1997. I mean, keep going on and on. This has been a year where they've done things they haven't done in a long time. I would expect them to be able to do that. We know they're going to play in the Thursday at least, but we'll see what kind of run they can put together.
I was going to say that the feeling has to be different around this year's team going to Hoover. The optimism has to be different because, I mean, this type of regular season that they have has to give you belief that they can end that streak today.
No doubt. And I think even though there's always some nerves for Tennessee fans because, unfortunately, the heart's been broken so many times, that seems to be in the back of a lot of fans' minds. There's still the excitement, though. I mean, when we put out baseball content right now, either on the air or on social media, on our website, it's getting some traffic, it's getting some juice, and oftentimes it's just football. And I think a little bit of that is the fact that Tennessee has had so many disappointments and so many sports, including football, and the basketball team didn't live up to expectations this year. So I think there's a little bit of a gravitation towards a team that's really good, entertaining as well, and one that now has a chance to do something special to help bridge the gap till they get those other sports going. So there's a lot of excitement. I don't think that they're focused too much on the past history because they know different coaching staff. Tony Vitello is 0-1 there. I mean, that was that was 2019, a 5-3 loss to Auburn. That's it. So he hasn't had anything to do with it. Neither did most of these players. A few guys played in that 2019 game, not many. Alabama, as Greg Byrne pointed out, didn't have anybody that hit the field yesterday that has played in Hoover. So I think it's a pretty clean slate, even though the history is not good.
Yeah, and I mean, the Vols haven't been to the Omaha since 2005. They went in 1995 as well, and 2001. Rod Delmonico had a great run there. They were an elite program for much of the time he was there. This is really the first time we've seen them reemerge to this level. But in your mind, Vince, I was telling Scott earlier in the show, the prevailing opinion has been, when I was down in Hoover yesterday, that the top 4 seeds, and of course we know who those are, they got the byes until today, and they're all going to be national seeds, I believe. When you look at Mississippi State, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, and Arkansas, is that it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this from a pitching standpoint. Alabama threw their ace because Alabama has to win. They need at least probably another couple of wins to get into the NCAA tournament, even though we're not sure who they're going to pitch today if Dylan Smith does not get the call. So how is Tony Vitello going to approach this for Tennessee, considering that they got to feel pretty good, but as you said, they'd feel better if they got, as far from a national seed standpoint, got a win or two in Hoover.
Well, and that, to what you said there, Drew, it really highlights how important it was for Tennessee to get one of those top 4 seeds.
Yeah.
Right? So now you're not in a situation where you have to, 1, pitch an extra day, 2, have to, think about bringing your ace back. Now, I don't think Tennessee would have done that. Because now you're talking about a Thursday to Tuesday turnaround. That would be too much out of whack from what they normally do. Tony Vitello, when I asked him this week, what are the priorities for who you pitch and when in the tournament, and he said 1, and that's putting guys in line to pitch in a regional the way they want.
Yeah.
2, not getting guys too much out of whack from what they normally do, even though he said some starters may relieve, some relievers may start. And then 3, he said matchups. So I would be I don't know exactly who they would go with. I might think that they perhaps could bring one of their midweek guys, perhaps a Mark McLaughlin, who was used on the weekend as a reliever, just to buy them 1 extra day, because then if they come back with their rotation for Thursday, then those guys aren't too far off schedule from what they did last week and what they would need them for the regional, which would probably be Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. You pitch your ace today, then you have shorter rest on the front end and then longer rest on the back end. So those are all considerations. You can also split games up as well, to where you could have 2 guys kind of bridge a game. So there are a lot of options, but it depends on how those guys feel and things like that. But Tony Vitello didn't say who he was going to start today. You also want to avoid the loser's bracket.
Yeah.
So that would be another reason to maybe come back with your Friday guy in Chad Dallas. So we'll see what they do.
If you look at the bracket, Tennessee in the upper half of the bracket, Florida, Mississippi State, Alabama, Tennessee, that's the 4 that remain in their pod. Favorable draw for, not a draw. You get the 2nd seed, but is that a favorable bracket for Tennessee?
I do like it because the only 2 teams that Tennessee lost series to are on the bottom part of the bracket, in Arkansas and Vanderbilt. Now, once you lose, then all bets are off. Then you're crossing over and all that. You're having to play on Friday, and then you have loser on one side, loser on the other. Then you could see the other side of the bracket. But if you take care of your business in the double elimination, you win Wednesday and Thursday, you skip ahead to the semifinal in your half of the bracket on Saturday. So that's how important it is to just take care of your business in those two games on Wednesday and Thursday. They hadn't played Mississippi State yet, but I think Mississippi State would be on my short list of favorites to win this tournament because of their pitching, their depth of pitching, and because they don't rely on the home run ball. I think they have the lowest percentage of runs, of their runs scored coming via home runs. And as you guys know, hit singles, gap to gap, hit it in the corner for extra bases. It's not relying on the long ball, even though at times it can carry there. But it's a big ballpark. The run game is a factor. So I think those are reasons why Mississippi State would be one of the favorites. But I do like the fact that they get to not only skip Arkansas and Vanderbilt, but then maybe two of the hotter teams in the SEC matched up late last night, and that's who Vanderbilt would have to play. And Ole Miss, I think, for Tennessee that would be a tougher matchup today than Alabama. Even though Alabama played well yesterday, they hadn't as much down the stretch. So, I think it sets up pretty well for Tennessee, and they have a lot of the ingredients, guys. Versatile arms, depth of pitching, 1 through 9. They can play long ball. They can play small ball. They have a lot of the ingredients. They haven't lost more than they've only lost 2 games in a row twice, and that was the Indiana State in pre-conference. So they don't have wins and losses that mount and have a domino effect. Those are all really good traits for tournament play.
Yeah, and since we last spoke with you and about this, as you had said, he had been coming out of a slump, and boy, he finished the season so strong. Our guy that we interviewed when he got drafted, we followed his career, but what now a season in its totality for Jordan Beck. His power numbers, home runs and RBIs leading the Vols, 13 and 56, batting nearly 280. One heck of a year Beck has put together now.
He has. And Tony Vitello, before the season, private talks with me and local media and everyone that would listen to him would tell you what a terrific hitter Jordan Beck was. Then when he was in his tough stretch, he still continued to say, look, he is a first-round talent, just has to play within himself and not try to do too much. And what he's been able to do is he just gets so many breaking balls. And at first he had difficulty reaching those pitches. Now he's either fouling them off or putting them in play. And then so guys cannot just give him a steady dose of off-speed pitches, so they have to come back with some fastballs and mix it up a little bit, and he's making pitchers pay. So those are the adjustments for him. He's got a great body, as you guys know, a first-round, a basketball player in Alabama, and just a big-time talent that has really prospered in the 7th spot in the lineup, and Tony Vitello really hasn't moved him from there. He's delivering from there, and that tells you what the middle of the order is doing, that he can still hit home runs and drive-in runs with guys getting on base in front of him.
Yeah, he's a remarkable 5-tool talent. I mean, we know his high school coach, Frankie Perez, very well. He's always told us how good he was, and when I watched him in high school, I could just tell the tools that he had, and it's been great to watch him blossom. Had an opportunity, he could have turned pro out of high school, but I think he made the right decision coming to play for the Vols and Tony Vitello, and he's going to be a key to the success for the Vols if they make a run in this tournament. And it's been a while for Tennessee, as you already said, Vince, since they made a deep run. And then, but this matchup with Alabama is going to be interesting because, again, we don't know who Alabama is going to pitch today.
Yeah, and look, obviously Tennessee won 2 of 3 in Tuscaloosa when they matched up, but it was a little bit of a different kind of series than you would have expected for Tennessee. It was a little bit higher scoring, some wild games.
Yeah.
And I think what that series did for Tennessee is it showed that Tennessee could win different kinds of ball games. Yeah, they could really pitch. Their offense wasn't putting up big numbers at the time, but we saw them play better offensively. So as the season went on, they continued sometimes to win high-scoring games, sometimes win low-scoring games, and the ones in the middle. That series really highlighted that they can overcome adversity and play a lot of different ways. And Alabama has had talent. Obviously, they've had some injuries on the mound, and so they've got the potential there for sure. And it's a one-game situation. You just never know who's got nerves. I mean, Bama will have a little bit of an advantage because they're guys that hadn't played there before will have a game under their belt, had success and some confidence. Tennessee will hit the field largely for most of the roster in Hoover for the first time. You never know where the nerves are and things like that. So, I think it'll be fun and obviously very important for both in different ways.
Uh-huh. And Vince, in your mind, yesterday I felt like coming into the day, Alabama needed 3 wins. I thought LSU was in. Now they lose in the first round, and they're considered last 4 in by Baseball America. I know coming in 7 were a lock to get into the tournament. How many do you see coming out of the SEC right now?
I'd say probably 9, I think would be a good number. 7 to me is too small a number for the strength of schedule of this league. And I know a number of those bubble teams don't have great conference records, but this is such a deep league. And because a lot of those RPIs overall are good, I do think that we'll get some of those bubble teams. Georgia had, I think, a huge win for them. I think they're in a better position. I don't know. I wouldn't put them as a lock, and who knows with LSU. But I think in the end it'll be 9. Kentucky probably played themselves out as a potential bubble team with their loss to Florida, and they've been playing terrible down the stretch, as you guys know. Other than winning the last game of the regular season in the 9th inning, rallying to help Tennessee win the East. That's the only time they've won like in the last couple of months in league play. But I would say probably 9, and as you guys know, it depends on where the cutoff line moves. How many bid stealers are out there from other conferences, and it kind of moves that cut line up to where somebody else ends up on the wrong side of it. But I do think Alabama probably needs at least 2, maybe 3. We'll see, and some of that depends on who they get it against. That's another reason why Tennessee presents a real good opportunity for them to have a very valuable win, as opposed to playing someone else that's also on the bubble that wouldn't maybe move the needle quite as much.
Yeah, well, enjoy the tournament, Vince. You do a great job talking Vols with us, and, of course, being a part of the Vols IMG Baseball Network and Sports Radio WNML. Let everybody know they can follow your coverage.
Yeah, appreciate it. You can follow me on Twitter at Vince Sports, VINCE Sports. So we'll be tweeting about this game and the tournament for the Vols and the tournament overall. And then also on our website, 991thesportsanimal.com, we'll have videos and blogs and all kinds of coverage from Hoover, and then everything going on with football, which is year-round with the turnstile that is the transfer portal at the University of Tennessee for Josh Heupel and the staff.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that later. I know they've had some more additions, but baseball right now deserves the showcase. Thanks, Vince. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Vince.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of the week. Appreciate you.
Vince Ferrara joining us on the Neighborsville Benjamin Hotline. I kind of laugh at that with Tennessee and Josh Heupel in the transfer portal. Because,
they've added Kamal Hayden, who never really played for Auburn. He signed in December and went through spring, and now is transferred as a DB. They take another junior college defensive back from Hutchinson Community College yesterday, who they're still playing, actually. They're going to play for the national championship in June, but he's had a big spring season, and so they've got another couple of commitments there at Tennessee, and they continue to be super aggressive in the portal.
Let's get a break in. When we come back, going to wrap up our Wednesday edition of Talking Ball.
You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
We're winding things up pretty quick this morning. Still got a few wrecks around. 431 northbound near Taylor Lane. Electronics Boulevard off Wall Triana. That one had an injury. Pratt Avenue near Dallas. Pedestrian involved accident with an injury. 72 in Woodville's been working for a good part of the morning trying to get it wrapped up and had traffic signal damage in Decatur at 6th and Moulton. They're still working to repair it. Popeye's 3-piece snack is now $4.99. You get 3 pieces of that crispy tender chicken and a buttermilk biscuit at Popeyes. University and George 72 in Jeff and North Parkway. Captain Nick in the Popeyes Skywatch Traffic Center.
6 days.
Going back at the wall. It is gone.
14 teams.
Swing and a miss. He got it. Crack wall. Gone. We're tied.
And only one champion.
Base hit. The SEC tournament ends in a walk-off.
Join us all this week as the SEC Radio Network brings you complete coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament. Follow the action on your home for SEC Baseball.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
You ever lie awake at night, can't sleep, not wanting to see what time it is because that's just going to keep you up? Tonight, try ZzzQuil Pure Z's all night. Unlike other sleep aids, our extended-release melatonin helps you fall asleep naturally and then slowly releases so you stay asleep longer through the night. It's non-habit forming with no next-day grogginess. ZzzQuil Pure Z's all night, so you can fall asleep and stay asleep. Available at retailers near you.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
This segment of Talkin Ball is brought to you by University Kia, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the state of Alabama. Located online at UniversityKia.com. It's time for tomorrow's headlines today with Scott Tyson and Drew DeArmond on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
The Atlanta Braves will look to make it 2 straight over the Boston Red Sox as they battle it today. Last night, the Braves got a win 3-1 over the Red Sox. Pablo Sandoval 3 hits in the win.
Gives a chance to DH, go back to Boston, where it didn't go well for him, but he's swinging the bat, and Charlie Morton did a great job on the mound. Bullpen did their job, and boy, what a last couple weeks for Austin Riley. I mean, he's really started to come into his own and was NL Player of the Week, and really excited to see his progress and what Chipper Jones has been able to do with him. And I always felt like he had immense potential. I just hope this continues because it'd be huge for the Braves because he's a homegrown kid, and you'd have your third baseman for the next decade if he can continue to blossom. But it's been really cool to see, and as a team, I mean, I mean we all understand that the Major League season, especially playing 162 games, is a marathon, not a sprint. So people, and us included, tend to overreact when teams start slow. A lot of times it's how you adjust. And right now the Braves are adjusting well. The pitching, Bill Shanks just put out a graphic since May the 4th about how good the Braves starting rotation is starting to be. Of course, that means Max Fried's rounding into shape as well, Scott. They still don't have Mike Soroka back. That could really improve things even more. And now they're doing it without your boy. I mean, as we know, broke his hand. But after being off to such a great start, but getting frustrated about a bad outing in Milwaukee, but the Braves are really starting to come into their own. Bryce Wilson as a young pitcher, is starting to throw the ball really well, did a nice job against Pittsburgh. So the Braves, things are looking up. And as we've been saying throughout, the whole division's a log jam. I mean, they're only 2.5, 3.5 separating everybody.
The Mets are leading it at 22-20. Yeah, the Mets are 22-20. They're leading the East. The Braves are 24-24. They're only a game back.
Yeah.
The Phillies are 24-25. They're a game and a half back. Washington is falling back a little bit further. They're 20-24. They're 3 games back. Now, the thing there is, if the Washington Nationals decide to, or if they continue to fall back, what's going to happen with their starting pitching? Are they going to unload some guys? Are they going to do a talent dump, a roster dump there if the Nationals continue to slide back? Will a guy like Max Scherzer be on the block?
Yeah, I mean.
So, that's something to keep in mind. For teams that are needing possibly starting pitching down the stretch here. So
it could, and then the Phillies just had to put Bryce Harper on the injured list. So that's going to hurt them for a couple of weeks, not having one of the best power hitters in baseball.
All right. Time to have a little fun here. Not a little fun, but just something to talk about before we close the show.
Right.
Some SEC records. I wanted to throw these out there just so everybody can kind of start to get the wheels turning that may or may not be broken ever, and some 6 SEC streaks that are guaranteed, or will they be guaranteed to end in 2021. So let's start with the streak portion. Will it or will it not end in 2021? Alabama's 31-game winning streak versus the SEC East.
It's not ended. I mean, Georgia's not on the schedule, so Kirby doesn't have a chance to choke again. And I know they have to go to Gainesville to play the Gators, but
right,
and that'll be a tough challenge. But Florida has had to retool, and I don't know if anyone's noticed though, but Alabama hadn't had too many problems in the swamp.
Well, since Stephen Garcia had the game of his lifetime and beat Alabama in 10.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the streak that Alabama has produced against the SEC East since that loss. They have beaten Florida 5 times. They have beaten Georgia 5 times. They have beaten Kentucky 3 times. They have beaten Missouri 4 times. South Carolina 1, Tennessee 11, and Vanderbilt 2. That is since they have lost to Stephen Garcia. Now, the Florida streak, believe it or not, is actually at 7 games. They have not lost to Florida in 7. Georgia is 6. Kentucky is 7, Missouri is 5, Vanderbilt is 11, and Tennessee, of course, courtesy of B. Rich, is 14. So that is the streaks there. LSU, Drew, has a 5-game winning streak versus Ole Miss. Could that stop this year? Could we see Ole Miss stop a 5-game losing streak to Ole Miss?
You mean you're talking Ole Miss to stop the streak against LSU?
Yeah, my bad. Ole Miss stopping that streak against LSU this year.
Potentially, but again, I'm more sold on LSU than Ole Miss. Okay, and I know how bad LSU was defensively last year. I don't expect them to be that bad this season. Okay, I'm going to give them that much credit.
Right.
And I think that whether it's Max Johnson or Miles Brennan, they'll be good at the quarterback's position. And I think their skill players will be good. I am not as sold on Lane Kiffin, especially when he is got the bullseye on his back.
He's got it on there.
Yeah, and I don't know that they were never good defensively last year. They haven't been good in a while. I don't know if they're going to be much better. I mean, I know they're trying to retool with some JUCOs and some transfer portal guys and things of that nature. But they couldn't even get Brandon Turnage away from Georgia. So, and he's from Oxford, Mississippi, a corner. So I'm not convinced that Ole Miss is going to be that much better defensively. I like, Ed Orgeron and LSU better than Ole Miss right now as far as to live up to expectations. Now, he got more out of Matt Corral than I had anticipated because he had those 2 implosions, and we talked about the one especially against Arkansas. But yet you look at his numbers overall, and his numbers as a quarterback were really, really good. And Lane is an unbelievable play caller and schemer. We understand that. But again, you have to stop the other team. And Ole Miss, I just don't know that it is, even as good as Lane is Ole Miss going to average 40 points a game? I don't know. And so I've got to believe that LSU is going to be improved enough defensively to continue that streak.
All right, here's another one for you. There were 12 games last year. Well, no, there was 10. 12 games. Florida right now has a 12-game streak without a 100-yard rusher. Last season, Mississippi State was the only other SEC team to not produce a 100-yard rusher in any game. So, who has a 100-yard rusher first, Florida or Mississippi State? And does the Florida streak of 100-yard rushers come to an end?
I think it does. I mean, they got Pierce back. Mullen has run the ball a lot when he was at Mississippi State. The way his team was constituted last year with those receivers and quarterback, that's one reason why they didn't run it as much. He kind of played to the strengths of his offense. Mike Leach is never going to run it, okay? Colin Hill learned that. I mean, very little is they going to run the football. So
right.
I would bet on Florida all day long.
All right, we got a couple other streaks. We'll go over those tomorrow, plus some SEC records that may or may not be broken. We'll go over that tomorrow as well.
Hunter Royer, good luck to UAH. Thanks to Grady for joining us briefly as well. Thanks to Vince Ferrara. Everybody enjoy the SEC tournament coming up here on 97.7.
9:30, guys. It gets underway. Pregame at 9:15. Alabama, Crimson Tide Sports Network, 1 o'clock.
If you need a car, McCurry Motors is ready to put you in a quality vehicle, and in-house financing is available. If you have a job, McCurry Motors will work with you even if you have a bankruptcy, divorce, or bad credit. Visit McCurrySaysYes.com. Every car comes with a warranty, and they report to the credit bureau. With 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens, call 256-230-0232, or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville, call 256-713-0575.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. I hope all of you are well. These are trying times we're experiencing right now, and I want you to know that we at Baumhauer's are committed more than ever to providing a legendary dining experience to everyone. Everyone is important to us, and everyone is welcome. Please allow us to serve you in a way that makes you feel safe, appreciated, welcome, and special. Because we're all special in the eyes of the ones and the one that counts. God bless.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi at this hour. The Nets up 2-0 on the Celtics, getting ready to head to Boston for Game 3 on Friday in what will be Kyrie Irving's first game at TD Garden with fans in attendance since he left as a free agent. 8:30 Eastern, ABC and ESPN Radio. Irving says he hopes they can keep it strictly basketball and be free of what he called subtle racism. When asked if he ever had racist comments made toward him while in Boston, Irving said he was not the only one that can attest to this. Baseball, Mets righty Noah Syndergaard, coming back from Tommy John surgery, left his second rehab start with soreness in his right elbow. He'll be reevaluated today.
It's time for some Straight Talk. Cutting your wireless bill in half feels good. Home run in the ninth good. Straight Talk offers 25 gigs of high-speed data for $45 a month, up to 50% less than the other guys on America's best networks. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on ESPN Plus.
Man, on a spectacular day in New York City. It is like summertime outside, and that means NBA playoff action is what we should be used to, and it's what we got last night. Bob Wischusen sitting in for Greeny on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, the ESPN app, your smart speaker, presented by Progressive Insurance. Guests appear on the Goodyear hotline. Brian Windhorst going to join us coming up a little bit later on, and we're going to talk about what we saw last night. He's actually joining us in 15 minutes, so we'll get a couple of quick thoughts out of the way. It is time for the Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. And just as a jumping off point, before we even get into the sports, I got stuck in traffic today, and I was like weirdly comforted by it. You know how weird that is? I live in suburban New York City in New Jersey, about 30 to 40 minutes outside of Manhattan. And the traffic today was awful. I mean, on the Turnpike extension trying to get into the Holland Tunnel, there was a line of cars 2 miles long. And I used to grip the steering wheel as if I was going to choke the car to death when I would get stuck in traffic like that before COVID. But I don't know what it was about today. I was sitting in traffic and I was like bizarrely happy because it was the first time in the longest time that I can remember sitting in traffic. And I'm wondering, you can tag this. If you want to give me a call, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get into the sports. But I'm wondering if there's something that has come back as COVID is starting to go away, as we're starting to get vaccinated, as we're starting to get back to normalcy. Something that used to drive you bananas, like out of your gourd, used to drive you like insane with frustration. And now it's back and you're oddly comforted by it. Because I used to think if the best thing that could ever happen in the world would be the elimination of traffic. And then in the last year and a half, sitting in, or like just cruising down highways in suburban New York City with no other cars around was eerie. It was weird. Coming into Manhattan and cruising through the Holland Tunnel during rush hour was weird. It was eerie. It felt wrong. And man, sitting in traffic today, I don't know why, but I was like happy to be sitting in traffic. I know it's the opposite of what you would expect, but it just kind of felt normal again. And there are people walking the streets in New York, and it just feels like we're getting back to normal. And one big reason why we're getting back to normal is the scene we are going to have tonight at Madison Square Garden for the Knicks and the Hawks. Because I'll talk about the games last night, but if you are a New York basketball fan under the age of 25, arguably under the age of 30, you are going to experience something tonight, whether you're there in person or watching on television, you have never experienced. All right, there was 1 year with Carmelo Anthony where the Knicks were an above 500 team and a playoff team, a 50-win team, but they didn't have that year what we're going to have tonight. Because tonight checks all the boxes. Tonight takes me back to the 90s. Tonight is what I grew up on as an NBA fan because there's multiple things tonight that we haven't had in 20 to 25 years. First of all, thank goodness there's a sense of normalcy. We're going to have the best we can have, or as close as we can get, to a packed Madison Square Garden. It may not have been 20,000 on Sunday, but it sounded like 20,000. It's going to sound like 50,000 tonight. That's number one. Number two, the Knicks are in a must-win, and they know it. They have to win tonight. You can't lose the first two games in a 7-game series at home. At 4 times in the history of the NBA has a home team dropped the first 2 games and gone on to then win the series. One of those was 94. The Rockets did it, I believe, to the Suns, and they went on to beat the Knicks in the finals. They won the NBA championship after dropping the first 2 games at home. But 99 times out of 100, you're the home team. You drop the first 2 games at home, you're losing the series. So you have to do tonight, if you're the Knicks, what the Lakers did last night, what Denver did, what Utah has to do. You have got to win game 2 at home and make sure, worst case scenario, you're 1-1 going on the road. So we're going to have a packed Madison Square Garden. It's going to sound like there's twice as many people in there as there are. Number 2, it is a true playoff atmosphere because the Garden crowd will know the Knicks have to win. And number 3, and this is what we did not have when Carmelo Anthony had the 1 year with the Knicks and they were respectable. I got to go back to the 90s to have the feeling tonight in the Garden that we're going to have. We've got a villain. We have someone that the fans are going to be busting at the seams to boo. We have Reggie Miller, Chapter 2. Reggie Miller 2.0 in Trae Young. And the NBA as a whole doesn't have enough of this. I mean, this is going back to when the NBA first got on television, basically, with the Bird Magic revival all the way through the 80s, all the way through the 90s, even into the early mid-2000s. There were villains in the NBA. There were legit rivalries. There were teams that legit hated each other. And there were fan bases that legitimately hated players on the other team. Now it's about buddying up with your pal and exchanging jerseys after the game. Way too often in the NBA. Not tonight. Tonight we have a villain. Trae Young comes to the Garden tonight as hated as anybody since Reggie Miller in that building, and it only took 1 game to do it. It's amazing. But the Garden crowd, I mean, and the best part about tonight, I think, is that there will be NBA fans, just like I think there were back in the 90s, that could care less who wins the series. There were NBA fans in the 90s that didn't give a damn whether the Knicks or Pacers won. They didn't care. They didn't care if the Knicks or the Heat won. They wanted to see, after Game 1 against Reggie Miller, what Game 2 looked like and sounded like. After a bench-clearing brawl in Miami with, Jeff Van Gundy hanging onto Alonzo Mourning's ankle, what was going to happen in the next game? So, to me, this is an element tonight that brings fans that have no rooting interest between the Knicks and the Hawks into this series in a way that we don't get enough of in the NBA. So 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll also talk about the games from last night. I'll just give you a couple of quick thoughts. We're going to get into this Brian Windhorst after the break. But I guess 3 quick thoughts. 4 quick thoughts, I guess, because we had, 3 games to talk about last night. First of all, the Nets. If you're the Boston Celtics, can you show at least a little bit of professional pride here? I mean, you are now training camp for the Nets. And you can't be anyone that had kind of that, side eye to the Nets saying, oh, you guys only played 7 games together. We'll see how good you actually are when you get back together. And you've now watched these 2 performances, specifically last night, and you're now thinking, oh, no. This is everything that we thought these guys were going to be after they finally got back on the court. They were unstoppable last night, but the Celtics got sped up in a way that you cannot get sped up playing against this team. Right? I mean, the Nets are, I think, by anybody's defensive metric, mediocre to bad. But their offense is so incredibly good that it almost turns them by de facto into a good defensive team because you put so much pressure on yourself to try and keep up with them offensively that you take bad shots. You get sped up. You make them look better on defense than they are because you're doing whatever you can just to try and keep up. Because they're going to blink and drop 130 to 140 points on you without trying. And that's going to be their recipe for success. They know they don't have to be real good defensively. They're just going to simply go out there and outscore you. The Lakers did last night exactly what they needed to do. We'll talk about that and how bad were the Clippers. I mean, I give all the credit in the world to Dallas, but the Clippers last night were awful. The idea that they think they're now okay, they're not worried, they're going to be able to go and take their 2-0 deficit on the road and be fine. Not if you don't guard the three-point line. Not if you not show some pride, get a hand in someone's face. Not if you're fouling with 3 seconds on the shot clock with 30 seconds to go in the game in front of your own bench. They looked disinterested. They looked poorly coached. They looked lackadaisical on the defensive end. They did not look like a team that was fighting for their life, the way you have to fight for your life if you are down 1 at home in a playoff series in danger of going down 2. We've got a million things to talk about. All of that. We'll get some football later on, obviously, with Aaron Rodgers and Julio Jones as well. That's all the Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise, and getting rid of those black streaks on your roof with Spray and Forget is as easy as literally spraying and forgetting about it. Spray and forget. It's that easy. It's Bob Wischusen in for Greeny. And we'll get to your telephone calls at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. If you're on hold, stay right there. If not, hop aboard. Brian Windhorst going to kick it off for us. Going to talk some hoops with Brian when we get back on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
Today on ESPN, the New York Knicks are in the playoffs. I did not think it would happen, but Tom Thibodeau is the key to this, as is his relationship to Julius Randle. So we explain with Nick Friedel what it means to be a Tibbs guy and how this team got so good. So follow us and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Summer, it's almost here, but Memorial Day savings are already at the Home Depot. In-store, online, store-wide. Like 5 bags of garden fresh mulch for just $10. Save on everything from flower beds to a fresh coat of paint. From power tools to ceiling fans. Ready, set, summer. Memorial Day savings, here now, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Limit 75 bags per customer. Color selection varies by store. While supplies last, continental U.S. only.
It's so on. The SiriusXM Listen Free event is happening now. Just press the Sat button in your car to hear over 100 channels, including ad-free music of every kind, plus sports play-by-play and talk and news for everyone. Enjoy even more free when you download the SXM app. Hear expertly curated podcasts, ad-free extra channels of music for any mood, Sirius XM video, and the ability to create your own Pandora music stations. Don't miss out. Listen free now.
You're listening to Greeny on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You know, you'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
This is an Alabama legacy moment.
The famous goal line stand, one of the most celebrated moments in Alabama sports history. The Tide was leading the 1979 Sugar Bowl when Penn State moved the ball to within 10 inches of the goal line. Barry Krause and Marty Lyons leaped over the pile to stop Nittany Lions running back Mike Gooman and preserve the Tide's victory. The win handed Coach Paul Bear Bryant his 5th national championship.
Sponsored by the Alabama Bicentennial Commission, the ABA, and this station.
This is an Alabama legacy moment.
Olympian Jesse Owens dominated the 1936 Olympics with 4 track and field gold medals in the 100-meter dash, the 200-meter dash, the long jump, and the 4x100-meter relay. The Lawrence County native dominated track and field from a young age, while in college at the Big Ten Championships, Owens set 3 world records and tied a 4th in less than 1 hour. Owens is widely remembered as the nation's greatest Olympian.
Sponsored by the Alabama Bicentennial Commission, the ABA, and this station.
Live from Miami Gardens, Florida, this is the College Football Playoff National Championship.
Here's the throw on the out route. It's caught and taken in for a touchdown by Devontae Smith. He put everybody in motion, back and forth and back and forth.
Roll Tide.
Mack looks long. Mack finds Devontae behind the defense. He is in for a touchdown. Thank you, Mr. Heisman. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and Unitas Award winner. Alabama does it. 10 regular season SEC wins. An SEC championship, a Rose Bowl championship, and national championship number 18. 13-0. Absolute perfection.
To me, this is the ultimate team. And I'm so proud of this group for what they've been able to accomplish and going undefeated and winning the national championship.
The Alabama Crimson Tide, the 18-time national champions.
Alabama, this is the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament.
Battle falling for a hit and win the ball game. Charging on it, a diving catch. Base hit. The SEC Tournament ends in a walk-off.
Live from Hoover, Alabama, the SEC Radio Network brings you exclusive coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament. This is the Johnsonville pregame show. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC. Now let's go live to Hoover Metropolitan Stadium.
Welcome back to the state of Alabama. Cabell Philpott alongside my broadcast partner Tim Bickford here for day 2, the start of double elimination play here in the SEC baseball tournament. Yesterday, Florida beating Kentucky 4-1 in game 1 of single elimination play. The Gators move on to face Mississippi State, one of the perennial powers in this conference for years. The big boys will play this afternoon, Tim, all day here. That means the appearances of Tennessee, Arkansas, and Vanderbilt. Double elimination play, as I alluded to earlier. The loser of this team will get another chance for a big win in this tournament. Florida and Mississippi State already mostly locks for the NCAA tournament. That's not always exactly in stone. Things can certainly happen, Tim, here, but after Florida played yesterday, a little bit clunky in that first game against Kentucky. They were able to grind it out, which is what Florida kind of does. Mississippi State obviously well rested, and they're all whites today. You would think this is going to be some sort of a blowout, but with the way the Gators play, Tim, you just never know.
Yeah, yesterday was by far definitely not the cleanest game or games we've seen here in Hoover. It seems like everyone was kind of knocking off a little bit of rust, or maybe there was some fatigue after the weekend action just a couple of days ago, and the heat here in Hoover. I think we counted 6 hit-by pitches in the Florida-Kentucky game, but the Gators eked out a win, and now they'll throw their top pitcher here today, Hunter Barco, which is an interesting strategic move by Kevin O'Sullivan. Always a little strategy when you get to the early days of the tournament, because Mississippi State will not counter with one of their go-to starters. They're actually going to throw one of their top relievers this season, Brandon Smith. But again, with this being double elimination play, Mississippi State may be saving their 2 top starters for Thursday or Friday or potentially Saturday, depending on how these 2 games go. Meanwhile, Florida probably with a little bit more to play for this week, as they're looking for a run here in Hoover to maybe jump back into the possibility of getting a national seed, as they kind of fell out of that after losing 4 straight to end the season. So Kevin O'Sullivan's club maybe righted the ship a little bit yesterday with the win over Kentucky. Mississippi State, they come into this tournament after a sweep of Alabama. They seem like they should be able to get a national seed, but probably don't want to take any chances and could use a couple of wins this week here in Hoover, if not a trip to the weekend or maybe an SEC tournament championship.
It's the 119th meeting between Mississippi State and Florida. The Bulldogs have won 5 of the last 6 meetings between the 2 programs. We'll see what's to come on the other side of this timeout. Our main man, Dan the Man Courts, in the SEC Radio Network studios. We'll have more of this matchup right after this timeout. You're listening to the SEC Radio Network.
And if you want to grab a snack, grab a Farm-Rich snack. Something about that song just makes me hungry. Well, any requests? Oh, how about some mozzarella sticks instead? Folks, it's time for me to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. You can find Farm-Rich in the freezer aisle. This next one goes out to all the cheese lovers out there.
Time to keep it real for a sec. The better you take care of your body, the better you feel. That's obvious. And that's why there's Bolt 24, with electrolytes from watermelon and sea salt and no artificial flavors or sweeteners. Bolt 24 has a variety of offerings like Bolt 24 Antioxidant with vitamins A and C and Bolt 24 Energize with caffeine. So when it comes to advanced hydration for athletic wellness, Bolt 24 keeps it real. From the makers of Gatorade.
Hey SEC fans, I'm Nick, here with my brother Brett. Hey there. We work at Johnsonville, a family-owned company that's been making sausage since 1945. Brett and I make smoked sausage every day.
We take actual wood chips, light them on fire, and let that smoke add unbelievable flavor.
And we never use fillers.
That's right. We use 100% premium pork. We call that smoked sausage made the Johnsonville way.
And we're working hard to earn the right to call Johnsonville the official sausage of the SEC. Give us a shot when you're watching the game this weekend and let us know what you think.
The SEC taught us that it's easy to love winning, but that the best of the best know where to look for the win, even in losing. Because setbacks are an inevitable part of almost any endeavor, and the hardest lessons are the ones that teach us the most. As the official bank of the SEC, at Regions, we believe every day is a good day to dig deeper. What has the SEC taught you? Join the conversation with #SECLessons. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
Day 2 gets underway as teams look to get one step closer to a conference title. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the SEC Radio Network studios. I'm Dan Quartz. We get the second day of the tournament started with a meeting between the 6-seed Florida Gators and the 3-seed Mississippi State Bulldogs. Here is your look at the two in the Farm Rich Scouting Report. Farm Rich, official frozen snack of the SEC. Grab a snack. Mississippi State seeing the field in Hoover for the first time this week. Florida is here after a victory yesterday over the Kentucky Wildcats, in which they saw an excellent outing from their pitching, starting with Tommy Mace, who struck out 8 Wildcats in 5 innings of work. Then the combination of Trey Vanderwide and Jack Leftwich threw 4 shutout innings the rest of the way to keep Kentucky scoring to a minimum. The Gators didn't need much offensively, it turned out, but they got the offense early, as on the first pitch in the bottom half of the first inning, Jacob Young hit a home run, then Sterling Thompson drove in the second run of the inning with an RBI single. The Gators added 2 more runs, but that was all they needed in the end. Today will also mark the 2021 tournament debut of SEC Player of the Year Tanner Allen for Mississippi State. Allen currently with 8 home runs and 53 RBIs, but batting a whopping .387 on the season. We look to see if he can add to those numbers this week. These teams are meeting for the first time this season. The last time they met was in the SEC's opening weekend in 2019, with Mississippi State taking 2 of 3 from the Gators in Gainesville. To today, Hunter Barco, the starting pitcher for Florida, Brandon Smith going to the hill for Mississippi State. That is your look at the first matchup of the day's session between Florida and Mississippi State. We will take a look at the bracket when we return. This is the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament on the SEC Radio Network.
Whatever you bring more. Whatever you personally bring to the SEC table, bring more. Get up earlier, sing and yell and stomp louder. Enough never is. Not here. Between the magnolias and the azaleas, legends and lore regale us, downright implore us. Bring everything you got, and then bring more.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we love the sounds of spring. And for all the ways you love to play, Academy makes it easier than ever to gear up and have fun out there. Kickstart spring with the best baseball and fishing gear, plus apparel from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Columbia. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at Academy.com, or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store. Free shipping applies to most orders over $25.
The SEC taught us that it's easy to love winning, but that the best of the best know where to look for the win, even in losing. Because setbacks are an inevitable part of almost any endeavor, and the hardest lessons are the ones that teach us the most. As the official bank of the SEC, at Regions, we believe every day is a good day to dig deeper. What has the SEC taught you? Join the conversation with #SEC Lessons. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
And if you want to grab a snack, grab a Farm Rich snack. Something about that song just makes me hungry. Well, any requests? Oh, how about some mozzarella sticks instead? Folks, it's time for me to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. You can find Farm Rich in the freezer aisle. This next one goes out to all the cheese lovers out there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament. We are getting ready to get the day started. The first game of today's day session will be between the 6-seed Florida Gators and the 3-seed Mississippi State Bulldogs. A quick look at the bracket sponsored by Regions Bank, Regions, official bank of the SEC. Today starts with double elimination play, which will take place over the next 3 days. Our session matchups today determine who meets tomorrow and when. Florida-Mississippi State is Game 1. Game 2 of our day session is the 10-seed Alabama against the 2-seed Tennessee. These two met earlier this season, with Tennessee taking 2 out of 3. The winners and losers of those 2 games will then meet tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will go up against each other in Game 1 of tomorrow's day session. The 2 winning teams will meet in the first game of tomorrow's night session, and those 2 will have a chance to secure their spot in semifinal Saturday. The night session starts with the matchup of 8 seed Georgia taking on the top seed and SEC regular season champion Arkansas. The second game of the session will see 5 seed Ole Miss meet the 4 seed Vanderbilt. Just like with the earlier session, tomorrow's games rely on those outcomes as the 2 losers in the night session will face off in the second game of tomorrow's day session, while the 2 winners will clash in the second game of tomorrow's night session and have a chance to get to the semifinals as well. The day gets started in a matter of minutes, though, as Florida meets Mississippi State in the first game of day 2. We'll head to Tim Bickford and Cabell Philpott, the 2 men calling the action at the Hoover Met in a moment. This is the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament. Starting lineups and first pitch next on the SEC Radio Network.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
It just works. Picture this. You're at home, doing whatever it is you do. Then, pow! The power goes out. Then what? Well, at my house, life goes on. We have a Generac automatic home standby generator from Current Electrical and Generator Services. For your home security and peace of mind, get a free personal consultation on how a Generac automatic home standby generator can protect you. Current Electrical and Generator Services. Call or visit us on the web at HuntsvilleGenerators.com. You've got the power.
Ready, set, summer. Start your summer off fresh with savings on washers and dryers during the Memorial Day savings event at the Home Depot. Give your laundry room an upgrade with big savings in-store and online on top appliances like LG high-efficiency top-load washers and dryers for just $6.98 each. Right now, you'll save a bundle. So kick off your summer with the Memorial Day savings event at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last. Free delivery on purchases of $396 or more. Valid through June 9th.
If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford, at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
This is the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament on the SEC Radio Network. Coverage from Hoover, Alabama is brought to you all week by Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sports and outdoor retailer of the SEC. Aflac, official supplemental insurance provider of the SEC. Allstate Insurance, official sponsor of the SEC. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. By Farm Rich, the official frozen snack of the SEC. Grab a snack. By Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC. Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC. By Mercedes-Benz, official vehicle of the SEC. By Regions, official bank of the SEC. And by Velveeta. Nothing melts like Velveeta. Back to the Met for the opening pitch.
Day 2 of the 2021 SEC Tournament about set to get underway here from Hoover alongside Cabell Philpott. Tim Bickford back with you as double elimination play is set to get going between the 3-seed Mississippi State and the 6-seed Florida Gators. 4 more games here today. Florida won yesterday to avoid an early exit and a 4-1 win over Kentucky. Mississippi State, who locked up the 3-seed this past weekend, making their Hoover debut. And it's time for the Dr. Pepper starting lineups, brought to you by Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. We'll start with the Florida Gators, who are the road team here today, so they will bat first. They are the 6th seed in this tournament, now 36-19 overall, 18-13 in conference play, ranked at the number 13 spot by D1 Baseball. unlikely to get a national seed right now unless they can run the table here in Hoover, but comfortably in the driver's seat to host a regional next week. Same lineup, or almost the same lineup we saw yesterday, at least the top three, led by Jacob Young, who led off yesterday's game against Kentucky in the bottom of the first with a home run. That put Florida in front 1-0, and they never looked back in that one. He's out in left field. Batting second and DHing is Nathan Hickey. Batting third out in center field, Judd Fabian. Batting second and playing at third base is Nathan Hickey. He was the DH yesterday. Batting fourth and DHing here today is Chris Armstrong. He did not play in yesterday's contest. Batting fifth over at first base, Kendrick Calilau. Batting sixth and out in right field, Sterling Thompson. Batting seventh and playing shortstop, Josh Rivera. Batting eighth and playing at second, Corey Acton. And batting ninth and catching is Mac Gassetti. On the mound for Florida today is Hunter Barco, their freshman newcomer SEC performer pitcher, who went 9-2 this season, finishing third in the conference in wins. More on him in just a couple of minutes. On the other side for Mississippi State, Brandon Smith gets the start for the Bulldogs, just his second start of the season. Mississippi State opting to save their two big guns for later in the week. Smith this season has appeared in 17 games total, 4-2, 2.76 ERA out of the bullpen in 29 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 22 hits, just 6 walks, 35 strikeouts, 3 home runs. Opponents hitting 195 off the right-hander. Smith, a junior at 6'3", 213 pounds. And again, he's not a starter, but a great guy for Mississippi State to send out here to start the tournament. He throws strikes, has good control, works quickly, gets a lot of ground balls, and we'll hope to give Mississippi State some innings early in this one as the first pitch is taken outside by the righty Jacob Young for ball one. Mississippi State in their home white uniforms with maroon numbers and names on the back, as the 1-0 breaking ball is taken outside, 2-0. Mississippi State spelled out on the front of the uniforms, maroon hats for the Bulldogs. 2-0 pitch is lined into center field. That ball's down for a hit. Young will take a wide turn at first. He'll try for second. The throw by Jordan is not in time, and Young, after leading off yesterday's game with a home run, starts this one with a double.
Yeah, not the way you want to start for Brandon Smith. Just threw a sinker that time. It just kind of hung out there, and, man, Jacob Young getting things started the right way for Florida.
So another strong start for Young and the Gators. Again, Smith has walked only 6 in nearly 30 innings this year, so you know he's going to throw strikes, and that time Young sitting on a pitch down the middle at 2-0, and he got one. So that brings up Nathan Hickey. We'll see if Florida tries to play for one here early. No, Hickey swings and lines a base hit in the right field. Allen will come up throwing. Young had to hold up, so he gets a late break. He'll stop at third, and just like that, the Gators have runners at the corners and nobody out.
Interestingly enough, Tim, Mississippi State has all of their relievers out in the bullpen in right field. That's very unusual here, with the exception of the fact you mentioning Brandon Smith got a lot of starts this year. So, you know, they're prepared for something like this.
Smith has made one start this season, and he went 4 1/3 innings back against Kent State, but only threw 45 pitches. So first and third, nobody out for Judd Fabian. Fabian takes a breaking ball down and away, 1-0. Give you the Bulldogs defense when we have a second here, as Florida has come out swinging. Fabian had a tough day at the plate yesterday as the 1-0 pitch loops in there over the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. Second in the SEC in homers this season at 20, 46 RBIs to lead the Gators, but Fabian left 7 men on base yesterday. He popped out twice with the bases loaded. First and third, nobody out, just underway. 1-1 pitch is down and outside, 2-1.
Tim, the Smith thing is interesting to me. You know, college pitchers normally, a lot of them is probably on average, just have about 2 real pitches they like to throw. You know, when you get into the SEC and the upper echelon teams, you notice a lot of these guys have 3 different pitches. Smith, the sinker, is his 3rd pitch he likes to throw.
2-1 sinker, cuts in and down, 3-1.
He heard me talking about it.
Yeah, looking for a ground ball here to get at least 1 out, maybe 2. Middle infield at double play depth. Young on at third, Hickey on at first, just underway. Top of the first between Mississippi State and Florida. No score. Fabian at the plate, 3-1. Breaking ball cut on and missed at 78 miles per hour. Smith changed it up there on the Gator sophomore, and the count now full 3-2. See if Kevin O'Sullivan wants to be aggressive here and maybe send Nathan Hickey. Fabian is a strikeout candidate, 74 on the season. 3-2 is inside. He missed with a fastball, ball 4. And the Gators have the bases loaded, nobody out here in the top of the first. So Florida looking to start this game with a bang. We saw this yesterday in the Georgia-LSU game. Both of those teams in our third game of the day yesterday had the bases loaded with less than 2 outs. It was ultimately Georgia coming away with the advantage in that one, and an early trip to the mound for Mississippi State.
Yeah, Scott Foxhall in his 3rd season, the pitching coach for Mississippi State, trots out to the mound. Scott Foxhall calls the pitches from the dugout, and we all know it's very well known who calls virtually everything for the Florida Gators, head coach Kevin O'Sullivan.
Pitchers are creatures of habit, and Brandon Smith, again, this is just his 2nd start of the season, normally working out of the bullpen, but he's worked out of the bullpen very effectively all season. An elite strikeout pitcher, more than 1 per inning, and again, great control, but he's already lost Fabian. He fell behind the opening batter, Jacob Young, 2-0. So bases loaded, nobody out for the DH, Chris Armstrong. First time we've seen him this week here in Hoover. Smith will work from the full windup, come home. First pitch, breaking ball, popped up, shallow center field. Jordan coming on. He's going to call off his second baseman, make the catch. Runners will not tag. Jordan was way too shallow, and he hits the cutoff man for a big first out from Smith.
And that's the first you hear of this very pro Mississippi State crowd, Tim. Below us in the shaded area, about the only bit of shade they have here, right below our box above the first base line. All the Mississippi State fan base below us, all the maroon erupted. The first thing they've really had to cheer about, a shallow infield fly ball that holds the runners.
So now the infield will back up. Middle infielders at double play depth for Kendra Kalilau. The righty digs in, 301 average. First pitch, fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Mississippi State defense, Luke Hancock is at first, Scotty DeBrule is at second, Lane Forsyth is at short, Tanner Leggett is at third. Smith from the windup, 0-1. Breaking ball, cut on and miss, going 2, and Smith has settled down nicely after the mound visit. Maybe his 3 best pitches so far the opening inning. Kellum Clark in left. You heard from Rowdy Jordan in center. Tanner Allen, the SEC Player of the Year, is out and right.
So excited all week. I was to see him play. It's what a draw we got with him.
0-2 fastball stays up at 94 miles per hour. That's about what Smith tops out at. Maybe overthrew that one just a bit. And the count 1-2. Bases full of Gators. Top of the first. No score between Florida and Mississippi State. 1-2. Breaking ball. Cut on and miss. Strike 3. Kalilau waves at a curve. And Smith has bounced back to get the next 2. And the bases remain loaded with 2 outs. First strikeout of the morning for Smith.
I mean, Tim, was that not the story yesterday in Game 1 between Florida and Kentucky? All of the runners left stranded that we saw out yesterday. And boy, if Florida leaves the bases jammed here, I mean, what a huge out for Mississippi State and what a missed opportunity from Florida.
Brings up the lefty Sterling Thompson. First pitch, breaking ball, gets away from Logan Tanner. Cutting to the plate is Young, and he slides in safely. And Florida, just like that, takes the lead on a wild pitch from Brandon Smith. Smith went with a breaking ball to start Thompson, and Tanner tried to backhand it, had it get away, and very alert base running from Young. As soon as that ball bounced away from Tanner, it did not get very far, but Young just took off. He was either going to make the final out of the inning or score the first run of this game, and it works out for Florida. So 1-0 Gators. Runners move up, second and third, 2 outs still. And the 1-0 breaking ball is down 2-0 to Thompson. Hickey at third, Fabian at second now. 2-0 fastball, nub, third base side. That ball is going to trickle just foul.
Wow, it was running right down the third base line, Tim. I heard your play-by-play. You were waiting on it because it just kept going. And, boy, Mississippi State dodged a bullet there when it got halfway to third base before it trickled foul.
You can see, because the lines were just drawn before the start of the game, how clear they are off the baseline.
Yes,
so you can see where the ball went foul, where Tanner Leggett scooped it up with his glove to make sure it stayed foul. And that's 2/3 of the way down the line. That was close. It was almost off the grass, and it would have been a run-scoring play for Florida. So the count 2-1 to Thompson. Pitch. Swing and a miss on a changeup, 2-2. So at least if you're Florida, even if you don't get the big hit here with runners in scoring position, you feel decent that you broke through and didn't leave the bases loaded.
Yeah, for sure.
And on the other side, if you're Mississippi State, you get out of this inning with just one allowed, you don't feel too bad. Pitch number 20 of the inning. Smith comes home. Breaking ball chopped first base side. Hancock is going to take it himself, and the inning is over. So Brandon Smith works into trouble and allows a run in the top of the first. Mississippi State coming to the plate when we come back. 1-0 Florida, bottom of the first in Hoover on the SEC Radio Network.
Hey, SEC fans, I'm Nick, here with my brother Brett.
Hey there.
We work at Johnsonville, a family-owned company that's been making sausage since 1945. Brett and I make smoked sausage every day.
We take actual wood chips, light them on fire, and let that smoke add unbelievable flavor.
And we never use fillers.
That's right. We use 100% premium pork. We call that smoked sausage made the Johnsonville way.
And we're working hard to earn the right to call Johnsonville the official sausage of the SEC. Give us a shot when you're watching the game this weekend and let us know what you think.
Time to keep it real for a sec. The better you take care of your body, the better you feel. That's obvious. And that's why there's Bolt 24, with electrolytes from watermelon and sea salt and no artificial flavors or sweeteners. Bolt 24 has a variety of offerings like Bolt 24 Antioxidant with vitamins A and C and Bolt 24 Energize with caffeine. So when it comes to advanced hydration for athletic wellness, Bolt 24 keeps it real. From the makers of Gatorade.
Back here in Hoover alongside Cabell Philpott, Tim Bickford with you for day 2 of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament. Double elimination play getting underway between the 3-seed Mississippi State Bulldogs and the 6-seed Florida Gators. Florida breaking through with a run in the top of the first on a wild pitch. Jacob Young, who started yesterday's game with a solo home run, starts today's game with a double and eventually comes around to score with 2 outs. So 1-0 Gators with the Bulldogs coming to bat here in the bottom of the first. Today's starting lineups are brought to you by Dr. Pepper, the ones fans deserve. For the 3-seed Mississippi State Bulldogs, Rowdy Jordan bats first and plays out in center. Tanner Allen, the SEC Player of the Year, out in right, will bat second with his .387 average to lead the conference. Batting third, Logan Tanner, the catcher. Batting fourth, Luke Hancock out at first base. Batting fifth, Cameron James, the DH. Batting sixth, Scotty DeBrule, the second baseman. Batting seventh is Kellum Clark out in left field. Batting eighth, Tanner Leggett is at third base. And batting ninth, Lane Forsythe is at short. Very balanced Mississippi State lineup. They go switch hitter, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty to start. And they will need it against the lefty Hunter Barco and his 9-2 record for Florida. Barco with his first pitch of the day. That one's rocketed into left, but Rivera jumps and makes the catch at short. One pitch, one loud out. So Rowdy Jordan attacks the first pitch, and it's a frozen rope right at Josh Rivera, playing perfectly. And there's one away. Rivera is at short. Nathan Hickey gets the start today at third. He DH'd yesterday. Corey Acton at second. Kendrick Kalilau is at first for the Gators. First pitch to Tanner Allen is a breaking ball in at the knees for strike one. Left to right in the outfield, Jacob Young, Judd Fabian, Sterling Thompson, same three we saw yesterday. 0-1 to Allen is lined into center field. Fabian on the run. He won't get there up the right center field gap. Allen will turn and head towards second. The throw too late. A stand-up double for the SEC Player of the Year to get his week in Hoover started.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say enough about Tanner Allen. one of the most pure swings and possibly the best hitter in the SEC. He has a veteran presence. You know, he hits for power. He's just so good offensively. I mean, you know, all of his teammates consider him like the toughest hitter to face. It's pretty amazing. He's fired up out there on second base too.
So runner on second, one out for Logan Tanner, the catcher, batting from the right side of the plate. And the first pitch breaking ball is taken down and in by blocked on a pitch down and in by Matt Cassetti, the catcher. The count 1-0. Florida today, after rocking their home white pinstripe uniforms yesterday, rocking their road gray pinstripes with Florida in blue across the front and the blue hats. 1-0 breaking ball is over the outside corner for a strike. I'm going to reserve judgment on that pitch until I see a replay. The count is 1-1. That ball, the fans think it was low. It may have been low. Jeff Head is the home plate umpire, and he is not endearing.
Way to make a stand, Tim.
He's not endearing himself to the Mississippi State fans early.
Well, as you can hear, Mississippi State here in force today.
1-1. Breaking ball chopped right side. Kalilau fields it on two hops. Underhands to Barco, who steps on the bag and whips around to make sure Tanner Allen holds it third. And that's the second out of the bottom of the first. The thing about that pitch was it was a breaking ball, and Gassetti, you know, he didn't even try to frame it, so when he caught it, he kept bringing his glove down. So by the time he finally completed the catch, the ball looked like it was in the dirt. It was a hair low. I don't think it was as bad as it looked in real time and based on the fan reaction. There were a couple of Bulldogs also that, like, literally came out of the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Tim. The Mississippi State, I said the Mississippi State fan base, below where we sit, because the way the outcropping is here at the Hoover Met, there's just a sliver of shade here. So they're all trying to pack in here. You can hear them. It's really loud.
That ball lined into right field for a base hit off the bat of Luke Hancock, and we are tied as the Bulldogs answer in the bottom of the first.
And just an example of how this Mississippi State lineup is just loaded with offense, especially the top part of it. I mean, it took no time for them to tie up this ball game at one apiece.
So the SEC Player of the Year gets a double, advances to third with two outs. Likely would have scored on that base hit, as it was not hit very hard, but a good piece of hitting by the lefty Luke Hancock. Went out and kind of flicked a breaking ball into right field. So runner at first, two outs, and that one hit on the ground sharply towards third. Hickey on a second hop makes the throw in time for the final out of the inning. Hickey was more playing defense for himself than anything there, but he looked down, had the ball in his glove, and had plenty of time to get the DH Cameron James. That ball was hit very hard, but it's another loud out in the first, and the side is retired. Not before the Bulldogs break through. Solid offensive start for both teams here this morning. We're tied at 1 as we head to the top of the second in Hoover on the SEC Radio Network.
Whatever you bring more. Whatever you personally bring to the SEC table, bring more. Get up earlier, sing and yell and stomp louder. Enough never is. Not here. Between the magnolias and the azaleas, legends and lore regale us, downright implore us. Bring everything you got, and then bring more.
And if you wanna grab a snack, grab a farm-rich snack. Something about that song just makes me hungry. Well, any requests? Oh, how about some mozzarella sticks instead? Folks, it's time for me to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. You can find Farm Rich in the freezer aisle. This next one goes out to all the cheese lovers out there.
Coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament is brought to you in part by Allstate Insurance, official sponsor of the SEC, by Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC, Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC, and by Mercedes-Benz, official vehicle of the SEC. Now back to the Met.
Fun start to this one here in Hoover between the 3-seed Mississippi State, the 6-seed Florida Gators. Each team with a run in their half of the first, so we are tied at 1 as we head to the top of the second. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 for the Gators against Brandon Smith. And the first pitch fastball is taken for a strike from Josh Rivera. And the count 0-1. Rivera, the righty, hitting shortstop for Florida, a .246 hitter, 5 home runs, 25 RBIs. Swings at an 0-1 breaking ball, pops it back foul, 0-2. Rivera was 0 for 4 in yesterday's win over Kentucky. The Gators taking care of the Cats by a 4-1 final to advance to double elimination play here today. 0-2 breaking ball just misses outside. And after Jeff Head called a similar pitch.
Long day for Jeff.
After he called a similar pitch a strike for Florida in the first inning, the Bulldog fans not happy. 1-2 breaking ball. That one's down and away as well. 2-2. The difference, both of those pitches were called outside. The one in the last half inning may have been low.
Well, Tim, this is the thing for me. It's so early in the game. Like if you're a baseball player, you got to find the strike zone.
2-2 is roped out to left center field. That ball's down for a hit in front of Rowdy Jordan in center. He cuts it off and tosses it back in. And just like Florida did in the top half of the first, they get the leadoff man on here in the second.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, umpires have different strike zones. It's just a fact. And obviously fans are emotional, but as a player, the interesting thing is what you said. The bullpen's just freaking out here. I think they're just chomping at the bit, ready to go.
Yeah, you sat around all day yesterday. You watched 4 tournament games, and you're thinking, let's get out there. So Mississippi State probably with a little bit more energy here today, but Florida's come out swinging the bats very well. Already their third hit. Jacob Young got things started with a double and eventually came around to score in the first.
Now, earlier today, Dan the Man Courts used the reference quiet as a church mouse, and you were shocked you had not heard that. But do you know what chomping at the bit is?
Yeah.
Oh, but you know that?
I mean, that is self-explanatory.
Well, that's probably because you've been to a horse track and not a church.
That's probably Runner at first, nobody out for Corey Acton. Second baseman hits left-handed. 2-0 pitch is over the inside corner. Smith missed his spot there, but got the strike call, 2-1.
Tim, look out in right field at Allen for Mississippi State, the right fielder. He's found the only piece of shade on the whole planet.
That's a smart man. You know what's funny? He was standing there in the top half of the inning, and, I mean, it's a shadow. It's moving, and he's moving with it. Positioning out the window. 2-1 is inside, 3-1. No,
Well, tell him what it is.
He's lined up in right field. There's 4 very tall light poles that surround the outfield, normal baseball stadium lighting, and the one in right field cast a little bit of a shadow.
That's amazing.
And Allen is just standing right in.
We'll try to take a picture and post it on our Twitter page at SEC_radio.
3-1 pitch is lofted into left center field. Jordan on the run. He will camp out under it and make the catch. The first out of the second. Listen, you don't get to be the SEC Player of the Year by not.
That's right.
Advantage every which way.
That's right.
I tell you what, it ain't going to help him for that long. It is.
No, but I mean, just this respite is. Look at him. He's walking all the way back over to the shaded area. Oh, I love it.
If you weren't with us yesterday, we haven't really talked about the weather so far here today. It is expected to be hot and steamy all week here in Hoover. Maybe not as bad today. A quick check of the weather app. The first pitch to the righty, Matt Cassetti, the catcher, is taken outside 1-0. But it was hot yesterday. These teams getting a little bit of a break playing in the morning as it'll heat up throughout the day. Temperatures yesterday staying mostly in the low 90s. 1-0 pitch is fouled straight back, 1-1. Not a ton of breeze yesterday. A little more wind today just by the look at the flags. Yesterday the wind seemed to be blowing left to right if you're looking out from behind the plate. Out towards right center field. There were a couple of pop-ups on the infield on the third base side that played some tricks on the Kentucky fielders. There were a couple of drops in foul territory up the third base and left field lines. 1-1 breaking ball chopped to the right side of the bag and threw into right center field for a base hit. Going first to third is Rivera, and the Gators have runners on the corners with 1 out here in the second. Well, Mississippi State had a shift on Gassetti with 3 infielders to the left side of second base and Gassetti got a breaking ball and just nubbed it to the right of second, and the shortstop for Forsyth could not get over. He was playing about 4 feet to the other side of the bag. Excuse me, that was Sky DeBrule, the second baseman. And the shift burns Mississippi State, a very softly hit ball that found a big hole. So first and third, 1 out, back to the top for Jacob Young. First pitch breaking ball inside corner, 0-1. Young trying to keep his strong start to the week in Hoover going. Chance for an RBI here after he doubled and scored back in the first. Top of the second, 1-1, Gators at the plate. That ball hit out towards right center field, deep enough to score the run. Jordan retreats back in front of the warning track to make the catch. It'll be an easy trot home for Josh Rivera. Jacob Young does his job, and it's 2-1 Gators as they retake the lead.
Yeah, nicely hit ball there by Jacob Young, just doing his job, pushing home another run.
So no zeros thrown up on the line score just yet. The Gators with a run in the first, a run here in the second. Bulldogs answering with a run in the bottom of the first. Good piece of hitting there by a good hitter. Gators' top hitter this season, hitting over .311 this year. He'll get credit for an RBI there, his 38th of the season. See how much longer Brandon Smith goes in this one. Up to 35 pitches here with 2 outs and a runner on first. Breaking ball taken down and in by the lefty Nathan Hickey for ball 1. As mentioned, this is Smith's 17th outing this season, but he's made only 1 start. This is second. Most pitches he's thrown in a game this year is 44 as Hickey grounds one to the right side. That one's through the shift into right field for a base hit. On his way to third goes Gassetti. The throw-in is cut off, and Nathan Hickey finding the only spot that he could get that ball through this infield and comes away with a hit, and the Gators inning continues here in the second.
And Tim, still no movement in the Mississippi State bullpen. It seems like they're going to go with Brandon Smith here. And there are lots of theories about how this tournament goes. You know, teams like Mississippi State that are have a chance at the NCAA tournament, but maybe not want to stick around here all weekend. There are different theories to that. Not saying they don't want to win. It's just, hey, look, we're going to throw out there what we got. We're going to go for it and see what happens.
They also want to likely keep their best starters in rhythm and lined up for next week, and so you don't need to throw them any earlier this week than normal and on shorter rest, and then in turn give them more rest depending on if the pitcher prefers that or not before tournament games next week. First and third for the Gators here, 2 outs, top of the second as Fabian launches that one down the left field line. He hooks it foul. That ball was hit a ton into the burn, and the count is even 1-1. Gators with a run in the first, a run here in the second, and they lead Mississippi State 2-1. Trying to tack on some more here with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Their top power hitter, Judd Fabian, at the plate, led the team with 20 home runs this season. 1-1. Fastball rides up and in. Fabian shrugs out of the way, 2-1. Fabian walked back in the first. Still looking for his first hit, first RBI here in Hoover. 2-1 breaking ball down and away, 3-1. Chris Armstrong waits on deck. Smith this season went 4 1/3 and threw 45 pitches against Kent State in early March. He went 2 2/3 against TCU through 44 pitches. Other than that, everything below 40. Getting set to throw his 42nd pitch with 2 outs here in the second. From the stretch, 3-1 is down, ball 4. He walks Fabian, and for the second time in as many innings, Florida has the bases loaded. Both times Fabian has walked to load the bases and bring up the DH, Chris Armstrong. On the return throw there from Tanner to Smith, the Bulldogs pitcher kind of nonchalantly reached up to catch the ball and dropped it, and it got away from him, and he had to scamper over to make sure Matt Gassetti didn't break from third. So bases loaded, 2 outs for Armstrong, who steps out. Middle infield playing a little bit for Armstrong to pull, not a full shift. The shortstop for Scythe still close to the second base bag, kind of at double play depth. First pitch fastball sails up and away. Count 1-0. Corners are back. Outfield straight up. With 2 outs here in the top of the second. Florida in front of Mississippi State, 2-1. First game of double elimination play here at the SEC tournament. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball in at the knees, 1-1. Winner of this game gets to play tomorrow night against the winner of our second game today, Alabama and Tennessee. The loser has to come back tomorrow, same time, same place. Same broadcasters. 1-1. Breaking ball fouled back to the screen, 1-2. Smith was in a world of trouble in the top of the first with the bases loaded and nobody out against Armstrong. He got Armstrong to fly out to shallow center, and then he struck out Kalilau, the man on deck, and looked like he may get through the inning before a wild pitch burned him for Florida's first run. Bases loaded, 2 out here. 1-2 pitch roped into right field. That ball's down for a base hit. 1 run is home. Allen comes up throwing to the plate. The throw is cut off. It's an RBI single for Chris Armstrong, and Florida, just like that, is in front 4-1.
Man, the Gators just absolutely red hot to start this ball game. Just hitting the ball all over the yard, taking walks. Nathan Hickey, 2 for 2 so far today, followed by Judd Fabian, who's reached base on walks in back-to-back at-bats to start the ball game. I mean, looking at my scorebook here, a lot of hits.
Yeah, good hitting so far from Florida. That was another ball that was hit with relatively solid contact, but not exactly a frozen rope. Armstrong protecting there, and he just got a breaking ball and looped it into right field. Ball wasn't hit hard enough for Allen to really have a shot on a play at the plate. So now Florida looking to tack on some more. It's already 4-1 here in the top of the second. Runners on the corners, 2 outs for Kendrick Kalilau. He waves at a first pitch breaking ball, count 0-1. Bulldogs bullpen now moving around. Nobody really up or ready to relieve Brandon Smith at this point. 0-1 breaking ball, swing and a miss on a pitch that bounced in, 0-2. Fabian went first to third on the hit. Armstrong's at first after his RBI, atoning for his lack thereof with the bases loaded, nobody out in the first. Gators came into this week with not a ton of momentum after being swept by Arkansas. They've regained some in the first 25, 26 hours of this tournament. A win over Kentucky to advance to today, and now up early on Mississippi State, 4-1. Count is 1-2 on Kalilau. 18 RBIs this season, still looking for his first hit of the week. 1-2. Breaking ball down and in, smothered by Logan Tanner behind the plate, 2-2. Armstrong on the first base bag was doing like a half jumping jack. I guess he was trying to get the dirt out of his cleats, jumping up and down and banging his feet together. Still doing it. Must be something stuck in one of his shoes. Smith wanted to do baseball and maybe wanted a little bit of a break in the heat. Already up to 50 pitches here in the second. 2-2. Fastball chopped, third base side, behind the bag. Leggett makes the play, the throw all the way across the diamond. Hancock's foot came off the bag, but he got it back on at the very last second to make the out and avoid further damage here in the second. Really nice play and heads-up play there by the first baseman, Luke Hancock. He had to come off the base with his right foot to make the catch, but he reached back with his tippy toes at the very last second and just got a piece to get the hustling Kalilau for the final out of the second. But not before the damage is done. Florida scores 3 in the inning, and they lead it 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the second here in Hoover on the SEC Radio Network.
Kitchen's controlled by your voice. sneakers that track your steps, AI-powered homes. In a world full of things you never thought possible, here's one more. Now you can get Allstate's quality insurance at an affordable rate when you bundle your home and auto. With Allstate, you can lower your rates, not your expectations. Visit allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today.
In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company, and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, traffic. The pizza's gonna get cold.
Hey, Mercedes, find another way home.
The route is being calculated.
But it's still gonna be cold by the time
You have arrived at your destination.
I stand corrected.
Drive smarter behind the wheel of the all-new 2021 Mercedes-Benz GLA SUV. Fully equipped with cutting-edge MBUX voice command technology and more legroom than ever before, this is one vehicle everyone will appreciate. Shop online, over the phone, or make a private appointment at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, official vehicle of the SEC.
MBUX command simulated.
Alongside Cabell Philpott, Tim Bickford back with you here in Hoover as we head to the bottom of the second between Florida and Mississippi State. Good start for the Gators this week, and here today they lead the Bulldogs 4-1 as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. A run in the first for Florida, 3 in the second. It could have been more if not for a very underrated play by Mississippi State first baseman Luke Hancock on a throw across the diamond from Tanner Leggett. It pulled Hancock off the bag, but he was able to get back and make the tap of the top of the first base bag to not only record the final out, or not only save a run, but prevent an even bigger inning. That would have scored the 5th run of the game for Florida, and that's an early nominee for today's All-State Protection Play of the Game. Protecting you has no offseason. You're in good hands with All-State. It was good feet there from Luke Hancock. Hunter Barco back to the mound for Florida. The lefty comes home and misses with a high breaking ball. The count is 2-1 on the lefty Scotty DeBrule. It'll be DeBrule, Clark, and Tanner Leggett. 6, 7, and 8 for Mississippi State. 2-1 fastball, chopped too short. Rivera with an easy play. 2 steps and a throw, 1 out. Bulldogs answered the Gators' run in the first with one of their own in the bottom half of the inning after a Tanner Allen double. He eventually came around to score on a 2-out single from Luke Hancock. They'll need a crooked number here if they want to answer Florida, at least to tie the game. In stepping, the lefty Kellum Clark swings at a first pitch breaking ball, and he fouls it off his foot. The ball trickles out in front of home plate, but called a foul ball by home plate umpire Jeff Head. We talked about Jeff Head plenty. Not sure we've mentioned Brandon Cooper at first, Kevin Sweeney at second, Scott Kennedy at third. Brandon Cooper with a very emphatic out call to end the inning as he made sure to acknowledge that Hancock did get back to touch the bag to end the second. 0-1 pitch is lofted down the right field stripe. Thompson ranging over. He'll make the catch on the line. The ball almost went over his head as he was surprised a little bit by where it ultimately landed. But the most important thing is it landed in his glove, so 2 away.
Yeah, and keep your ear out, for the sound of this ballpark during this game, because right now the very vocal Mississippi State Bulldog faithful below us have been deadened by this Florida offensive output so far in this ball game.
Yep.
But if this changes, woo, you will hear the roars.
Base is empty for Tanner Leggett. The righty digs in. Creeping in at third is Hickey, possibly expecting a bunt, but Leggett swings and misses and is way late on a fastball. 0-1. Mentioned yesterday against between South Carolina and Alabama, the many shades of red that we saw in the bullpen or in the stands and in the bullpens. Today there's plenty of maroon in the ballpark as that one chopped on the ground to first. Diving play by Kalilau on the line, gets up and touches the bag for the out and gets a pat on his behind from his starting pitcher, Hunter Barco, who has a 1-2-3 second. Heck of a shutdown inning there from Florida's ace. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the top of the third. 4-1 Florida over Mississippi State on the SEC Radio Network.
Safe.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we love the sounds of spring. And for all the ways you love to play, Academy makes it easier than ever to gear up and have fun out there. Kickstart spring with the best baseball and fishing gear, plus apparel from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Columbia. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at Academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store. Free shipping applies to most orders over $25.
Hey, SEC fans, I'm Nick, here with my brother Brett. Hey there. We work at Johnsonville, a family-owned company that's been making sausage since 1945. Brett and I make smoked sausage every day.
We take actual wood chips, light them on fire, and let that smoke add unbelievable flavor.
And we never use fillers.
That's right. We use 100% premium pork. We call that smoked sausage made the Johnsonville way.
And we're working hard to earn the right to call Johnsonville the official sausage of the SEC. Give us a shot when you're watching the game this weekend and let us know what you think.
Back in Hoover, 4-1 Florida over Mississippi State as we head to the top of the third. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the SEC Radio Network. Gators up over the Bulldogs 4-1 as we move to the top of the third, and we say good morning to Cabell Philpott. Cabell?
Good morning, Timothy. Glad to be with you here in Hoover, Alabama, as we take you through the third and fourth innings. The Florida Gators bats are hot, as is the weather here in Hoover, Alabama. 6 hits, 4 runs for the Gators, and a check swing at the plate to Sterling Thompson. 0 for 1 today to start out the top of the third. 0-1 the count. The wind up, the pitch home. A foul ball screaming down the left field line after a breaking ball from Brandon Smith. And the kids, more kids today, Tim, over on the burn.
Yeah, noticed that earlier, and the fans seemingly very excited to see one of them make a strong catch before. There's a loud
wind up. Yeah,
ovation.
The wind up in the pitch. A slider there off the plate. Thompson grounded out to first base earlier. The 1-2, a chopper into the Mississippi State dugout. 1-2 now the count, no away. 4-1, or 4-2-1 rather. Florida leading Mississippi State here in our early game. The first game of double elimination play. The Gators getting past the Kentucky Wildcats yesterday. A drive, high fly ball to right center field. Allen on his horse at the warning track at the wall. This ball is gone. That ball just kept drifting. The flags that have been blowing out that way all morning, now still, but it hung up there in this dense air of Alabama, but enough power to drift over the outfield wall. A solo shot for Sterling Thompson to get the third inning going and add a run to Florida's total. It's now 5-1.
Yeah, Thompson just got enough of that, a pitch that stayed up, and Thompson got it up into the wind. And you weren't sure until the very last second. Tanner Allen thought he had a beat on it. He was under it the whole way, but just eventually ran out of real estate, and Florida adds another one.
And a ball hit to left center field in the gap. Jordan comes over from his center field position, and a base hit for Rivera.
Well, we've talked about it, obviously, throughout with Brandon Smith getting just his second start of the year and what the strategy would be for Mississippi State. And Chris Lemonis opting not to go with a usual weekend starter in this one. And right now, Smith is out there, and he's getting beat up a little, and now we're going to have a meeting at the mound. So we'll see, because, again, this is double elimination play, and Mississippi State, you know, may not want to burn through their bullpen on Wednesday morning.
Well, you made a good point, Tim, as home plate umpire Jeff Head heads out to break up the communication between Tanner and Smith. Sometimes these coaches want to just keep their starters normal, you know, as much rest as they can get them. And they certainly gone with Brandon Smith so far. We've got double barrel action in the bullpen for Mississippi State currently. And we'll see if they're going to, looks like they're going to leave Brandon Smith out there.
Yeah, I was honestly a little bit surprised. I was really more surprised that Smith has stayed in to face Rivera, and now he's going to come out of this game. But I thought maybe Lemonis was trying to buy maybe a couple more outs against the latter part of the Florida order. But after the home run from Thompson, leaving him in to face Rivera, and Rivera hit a rope, and Smith, again, well over his normal pitch count at 57, more than he's thrown at all this season, and his day is done.
Pitching change coming here in Hoover, Alabama. Florida in control over Mississippi State, 5-1 in the top of the third. Back after this on the SEC Radio Network.
The SEC taught us that it's easy to love winning, but that the best of the best know where to look for the win, even in losing. Because setbacks are an inevitable part of almost any endeavor, and the hardest lessons are the ones that teach us the most. As the official bank of the SEC, at Regions, we believe every day is a good day to dig deeper. What has the SEC taught you? Join the conversation with #SEC Lessons. Regions Bank. Member FDIC.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we love the sounds of spring. And for all the ways you love to play, Academy makes it easier than ever to gear up and have fun out there. Kickstart spring with the best baseball and fishing gear, plus apparel from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Columbia. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at Academy.com, or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store. Free shipping applies to most orders over $25.
This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC. Now back to Hoover.
Welcome back to Hoover, Alabama, as we have our first pitching change of the ball game. Number 45, Cam Tuller, comes into this ball game with a 5.5 ERA, 20 appearances. He has no starts, 18 innings pitched. He surrendered 18 hits, 11 runs. All of those are earned. He's walked 9, struck out 24. Team's batting .257 against Tuller as he warms up down on the mound currently. Tuller, the left-hander, 6'1", 215. The junior from Brighton, Michigan. A transfer from Wabash Valley College. And back to the plate, Corey Acton will head to face off against Tuller for the first time today. Acton 0 for 1. Batting .240 with 7 RBI, coming in on a fastball on the inside. Tuller. And the count 1-0. Florida with a runner on first, leading 5-1 on Mississippi State. Here's another fastball on the inside. That called strike. Tuller with 2 pitches on his resume, a fastball and a curveball. He's thrown both so far in 2 pitches. Here's the 1-1. To the plate. High and inside, he backing off. Acton again off the plate. Tuller will mix in a slider as well. Has really good command from the left side, a decorated JUCO starter. Won 14 games in 2 JUCO seasons. Here's the 2-1, that called strike. Fastball down Main Street. Again, Wabash Valley and College in Illinois, the JUCO transfer. His fastball tops out at just above 89 miles an hour. Here's the 2-2. A breaking ball. Did not catch the end of the plate. And obviously this time, and I would say rightfully so, the Mississippi State faithful getting a little tight here. Full count to Acton. Runner on first for the Gators. No outs here, top of the third. Checking first base, now to the plate. A ground ball chopped foul down the first baseline. And it is awfully quiet here early, especially with all the maroon in the stands. Tuller, the lefty, throws to the plate. A breaking ball does not find the strike zone. And Tuller walks his first batter in Acton. Rivera will move over to second base.
So when you start a guy like Brandon Smith, the ideal situation is you get his best, performance. Maybe he works through the first few innings and doesn't allow many, if any, runs at all, and can eat 2, 3, maybe 4 in best case, and you set up some sort of plan for your pitching to kind of get through what you'd call a bullpen game and try to steal a win in this double elimination format before going with your big guns. What happens if he gets off track like he did today is things kind of go a little sideways.
Matt Gissetti laying down a beautiful bunt that will advance the runners, both now in scoring position. And a sac bunt for Gissetti brings up the top of the order, Jacob Young.
Now you've had to go to your bullpen earlier than you would have wanted. You're going to some of maybe your back-end arms or guys who haven't been as effective this season. Tuller with a 5.50 ERA this year. And it's kind of the risk you run when you approach the first game with this strategy.
Jacob Young rips a screamer over the second base into center field, rounding third, headed for home. Rivera and Acton, 2 more put up on the board by the Florida Gators here in the top of the third, and they have blown this game open. It is 7-1 Florida.
Well, Florida bats weren't overly impressive yesterday, but they did enough to get the 4-1 win over Kentucky. Here today, they are just on fire, up and down the lineup, everybody contributing, and already 9 hits with just 1 out here in the third inning. Crooked numbers in the last 2 innings, and trying to tack on some more and put themselves in great shape heading into the rest of this week.
Now at the plate, the second batter in the order for the Gators, Nathan Hickey, the third baseman, 2 for 2 today. Would come across to score in the second as well. The second pitch is off the outside of the plate, 2-0 with 1 away here again for Florida and a runner on first base. And boy, the Mississippi State pitching staff struggling. Eight home runs on the season for Hickey. Here's the 2-0, a swing and a miss. The throw quickly to first, not in time. Boy, Jacob Young getting back very fast.
Logan Tanner, the catcher, trying to steal an out any way he can. That hit closes the book on Brandon Smith. Give you his final line here in just a moment.
Tuller to the plate. Another base hit in the gap between short and third base. Advancing the runners. Jacob Young to second, Hickey to first.
2+ innings for Smith, 8 hits, 6 runs, all earned. 2 walks and a strikeout. And it's going from bad to worse here for Mississippi State. Gators, as mentioned, got it done yesterday, but weren't exactly tearing the cover off the ball. They were 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position, already 3 of 7 here today. And they had the bases loaded and nobody out in the first and only got 1 run on a wild pitch. This could be far worse.
Tuller checking second base, forcing Jacob Young to retreat to the bag. Gators up 7-0 on Mississippi State here in the top of the third inning. 7-1, pardon me. Fastball called strike. Fabian today reaching base twice His first 2 at-bats, both on walks. "20 home runs to his credit. Boy, if he hits a home run here, that'll be something." Teller checks. Back at second twice. Make it 3 times. The 0-1 pitch to the plate. A high infield fly ball, drifting foul. Moving over is Leggett from third base. He's called off by Forsythe, who makes the grab in foul territory, 1 away.
Well, that was a heck of a play by Forsythe, who had the best potential angle, at least of the infielders. Leggett, retreating from third, basically had to run straight back as that ball came drifting back towards the line. Forsythe came cutting over from short, called him off, but then Kellum Clark in left was barreling full speed ahead towards Forsythe, and he let up just at the last second. Forsythe made a catch sliding back into fair territory. That was a really nice play by the shortstop.
Yeah, good communication there, but the 3, Clark, Forsythe, and Leggett, all converging on that foul ball just north of the third base bag out into foul territory. Chris Armstrong, 1 for 2 today, back at the plate, the designated.
Have you tried the Hummus and Pita Company? Everything we make is 100% homemade, fresh, and health-focused, and you can enjoy it in our inviting contemporary environment. At the Hummus and Pita Company, we combine authentic flavors from across the Mediterranean with family recipes that have been developed from generation to generation. The Hummus and Pita Company, devoted to bringing high-quality, flavorful food to as many people as possible. In Huntsville at 2317 Memorial Parkway. See our full menu and more at hummusandpita.com. When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, "You need a new roof." Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
I love overpriced stuff. That's why I get my internet from the other guys. What could be better?
Wow is better. Get Internet 100 for just $19.99 a month at Huawei.com. Limited to new customers with autopay and paperless billing. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Offer subject to change. Restrictions and terms apply.
Play called strike, rather. 1-1 the count to Kalalau. With 2 away here and a runner in scoring position on second. That would be Armstrong. Here's the 1-1 to the plate. Had another fastball, low and outside. Ball 2. Nine to 1 the score. Florida leading Mississippi State here in the first game of double elimination play at the Hoover Met. Here's the 2-1. A ground ball down the third base line. Charging in from third base is Leggett. He bobbles it. By the time he gets back to third base, Armstrong was already there, and that may be a fielding error.
Tough play for Leggett there. It was a chopper that kind of died in the grass, and he tried to make a barehanded play. Not sure if that was totally necessary with Kalalau running, but he could not squeeze the baseball. And this is the inning that just will not end for Mississippi State.
That will be a base hit. So runners on the corners now with the base hit credited to Kalalau. An inside fastball brushes back Thompson, who got this marathon of an inning started on a solo shot about 15, 20 minutes ago. Here's the 1-0 and a foul ball screaming down the left field line. Nine to 1, Florida leading Mississippi State here. We're just in the top of the third. 10:30 Central Standard Time. Cabell Philpott with you for the day session today, alongside my broadcast partner, Tim Bickford. Runners on the corners. Here's the 1-1. A high breaking ball. Can't find the outside top portion of the strike zone.
There is a right-hander kind of soft tossing for Mississippi State in their bullpen, but not really sure if the Bulldogs are going to burn through some of their top pitchers in this game. I mean, you're down 9-1, and it's double elimination play. You're looking at tomorrow and Friday needing to win. And, you know, again, that's the chance you take when you start a reliever in the first game of the tournament.
The 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss in the dirt. He struck him out to get out of the inning, but not before Sterling Thompson started the 5-run third inning. 9-1, Florida leads Mississippi State. The Bulldogs up right after this timeout on the SEC Radio Network.
New Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. You deserve it.
I do deserve that.
You deserve decadent flavor without sugar, and a day at the beach without sand getting everywhere, and a relaxing bath that your children don't interrupt.
I deserve all that?
It's really just a visual metaphor for Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Everything you want, nothing you don't.
A visual metaphor on the radio. I do deserve that.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. The zero you deserve is finally here.
The SEC taught us that it's easy to love winning, but that the best of the best know where to look for the win, even in losing. Because setbacks are an inevitable part of almost any endeavor, and the hardest lessons are the ones that teach us the most. As the official bank of the SEC, at Regions, we believe every day is a good day to dig deeper. What has the SEC taught you? Join the conversation with #SECLessons. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
In the top of the third, the Gators explode for 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 2 left on. And now Mississippi State comes to the plate with Lane Forsythe, Jordan, and Allen up to start the bottom of the third inning, trailing Florida 9-1. And it is Lane Forsythe's first at bat here in the bottom of the third, facing off against Tunner Barco. And Mississippi State and all of their fans just shell-shocked here early on a Wednesday. The first pitch, a breaking ball, gets the low outside corner of the plate. Forsythe takes strike one. The 0-1 pitch, a fastball tried for the same spot. Not able to locate that one. 1-1 the count. And the shade in the right field area we were talking about earlier for Allen as the 1-1 is chopped foul behind the plate is receding. The wind picking up a little bit to left field. Lane Forsythe, the freshman from Mississippi State at the plate. 1-2 pitch, a frozen rope, hit directly to Acton at second. And the first out in the bottom of the third is a ground out to second base. Rowdy Jordan, the top of the order here. Rowdy, named for the legendary Days of Thunder character, Rowdy Burns. He takes the first pitch, a fastball strike, 9-1. Rowdy's full name is William Kevin Jordan. Breaking ball off the outside of the plate. 9-1 the score. Florida leading Mississippi State. Jordan 0 for 1 today. A .313 batting average. So he lined out to short in the first inning. Here's the 1-1 inside off-speed pitch. Takes for a ball. 2-1 the count. Here's the pitch, a high infield fly ball. Hit it Kalalau at first. He settles underneath it and able to make the grab for the second out of the bottom of the third.
We were joking yesterday about getting hit by a pitch. what do you think is the probability that you'd be able to catch a pop-up like that?
I'm going to go 37%.
I mean, when it gets way up there, because when these guys catch it, sometimes it looks super clean, and other times they kind of drift at the last second. I think that would totally, and anything hitting foul territory, you were making fun of me yesterday for like jumping out of the way of a ball that's not going to come anywhere near us. I'm going to assume the wall is half an inch away from me, and I'm going to crash into it. So as soon as I notice a line, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not running any harder.
The SEC Player of the Year, Tanner Allen, brushed back on a fastball from Barco. The count 1-1 to Allen. 53 RBI this season. That ball chopped back at the pitcher, Barco. The flip to first base to Callowell. And Tanner Allen grounds out to the pitcher. 3 up, 3 down, no score. It remains Florida 9, Mississippi State 1. To the 4th inning we go right after this on the SEC Radio Network.
And if you want to grab a snack, grab a farm-rich snack. Something about that song just makes me hungry. Well, any requests? Oh, how about some mozzarella sticks instead? Folks, it's time for me to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. You can find Farm Rich in the freezer aisle. This next one goes out to all the cheese lovers out there.
Time to keep it real for a sec. The better you take care of your body, the better you feel. That's obvious. And that's why there's Bolt 24, with electrolytes from watermelon and sea salt and no artificial flavors or sweeteners. Bolt 24 has a variety of offerings like Bolt 24 Antioxidant with vitamins A and C and Bolt 24 Energize with caffeine. So when it comes to advanced hydration for athletic wellness, Bolt 24 keeps it real. From the makers of Gatorade.
Coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament is brought to you in part by Allstate Insurance, official sponsor of the SEC, by Gatorade, the official sports drink of the SEC, Johnsonville, official sausage of the SEC, and by Mercedes-Benz, official vehicle of the SEC. Now back to the Met.
Welcome back to Hoover Metropolitan Sports Complex, just south of the city of Birmingham, Alabama. A pitching change for Mississippi State. Cade Smith, the right-hander, 6'1", 190-pound freshman from South Haven, Mississippi, went to DeSoto Central High School. And Smith, a 4.32 ERA, 2-1 on the season in 5 appearances. He does have 1 start this season, 8 1/3 innings pitched, surrendered 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of those earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 14. So he is able to get guys out with that right arm of his. Pitch to the plate, high and inside, a fastball to start. In and up off the plate, 1-0.
Yeah, if you're Chris Lemonis, again, right now you're just trying to get some guys to eat some innings and maybe put up some zeros. And Smith, a guy that was out earlier this year but has worked his way into the pitching depth chart down the stretch, mostly appearing in non-conference games. He did make 1 appearance against Missouri 11 days ago.
A high infield fly ball hit at Hancock at first. DeBrule moving over. They both collide, but Hancock able to make the grab up over the outstretched glove of DeBrule. That was almost disaster.
There is a 0% chance either of us would have caught that.
No.
I just want to make that clear. That was there are pop-ups, and then there are sky-high pop-ups, and that was up there.
So Hancock, the first baseman, making the out there. First out of the inning. Here in the top of the 4th, that fastball finds the strike zone to Corey Acton, who's 0 for 1 today. 0-1 the count with 1 away, nobody aboard. That breaking ball finds the inside corner at the knees of Acton. And the infield on a massive shift as Leggett moves over to second base. There's a chopper down the first base line. Hancock is there to step on the bag for the easy out.
Final line on Cam Tuller, not pretty either compared to Brandon Smith. Neither of them with strong outings. Basically, Tuller pitched to half of the line that Brandon Smith did. So Tuller in 1 inning allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, walked 1. Smith in 2 innings allowed 8 hits, 6 runs, and walked 2. So right now, Cade Smith is on a much better pace.
For sure.
He'd have to throw a half an inning, which you can't really do, and give up 2 hits.
Matt Gassetti at the plate takes ball 1 and fouls the second pitch back to the net. Behind home plate, 1-1 the count. Gassetti, a base hit in the second. He would come around to score. 1 of the 9 runs Florida has to the 1 run for Mississippi State. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Appeal down to first base. And it did not go around. So it's first base umpire Brandon Cooper. Here's the 2-1 pitch. A breaking ball, low and outside off the plate. Three and 1 the count with 2 away. Nobody aboard for the Florida Gators. A line drive fielded by Leggett on his knees to throw to first in time. And after 4 batters, Mississippi State finally finds some pitching. No runs, no hits, nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning after this timeout. This is the SEC Radio Network.
New Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. You deserve it.
I do deserve that.
You deserve decadent flavor without sugar. And a day at the beach without sand getting everywhere. And a relaxing bath that your children don't interrupt.
I deserve all that?
It's really just a visual metaphor for Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Everything you want, nothing you don't.
A visual metaphor on the radio. I do deserve that.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. The zero you deserve is finally here.
Hey sports fans, everybody knows that the food is the best part of game day. Velveeta knows how to make your game day top-notch with extra melty, delicious queso and rich, creamy Velveeta shells and cheese. These dishes always find the back of the net, always hit it out of the park, and always go for 3s. As for the competition, well, they're missing the mark. Only Velveeta can give you the crowd-pleasing, extra creamy cheesiness that your game day deserves because nothing melts like Velveeta.
Welcome back to Hoover, Alabama. Cabell Philpott alongside Tim Bickford. The Mississippi State Bulldogs coming to bat, down 9-1 to the Florida Gators. And a correction as we went to break, I mentioned 4 batters faced for Smith in that last inning in the top of the 4th. It's just 3 as they had to put Sterling Thompson in the scorebook in the 4th because they went through the complete rotation in the 3rd, did the Florida Gators, posting 5 runs in that inning. So Rivera, Acton, and Gassetti, the 3 batters in the top of the 4th for Mississippi State, facing off against facing off against Mississippi State's Cade Smith. So to the bottom of the 4th we go, again with Mississippi State trailing Florida 9-1. Florida has 12 hits in this ball game so far in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Logan Tanner 0 for 1 today, the catcher for Mississippi State, coming to the plate for the Maroon Bulldogs. Hunter Barco still working on the mound, and he throws a fastball that fools Tanner on the first pitch. 0-1 the count. There's the 0-1 pitch, backing off Tanner. Had a breaking ball. 1-1 the count here in the bottom of the 4th at Hoover. Here's the pitch, check swing. They're going to appeal that. Jeff Head that time, the home plate umpire, looking for help from Brandon Cooper over at first. The umpires, the ones that are most hot today in those black tops and black hats. Here's the 2-1, a base hit across the top of second base for Logan Tanner. And that just the third hit of this ball game for Mississippi State.
See if that Bulldogs offense can get going. They finished the regular season third in batting average with a .284 average, third in the conference, and tied fourth in the conference in home runs with 74, but they've been pretty dormant so far here early. And again, it is still early. It's only the fourth inning, but when you compare to what Florida has done, it's going to take a lot of work for Mississippi State against Florida's top pitcher.
That ball getting away from Barco. Vassetti there to block it behind home plate. And a 1-0 count to Luke Hancock. He's 1 for 1 today. Hancock, a base hit in the first. Brought home the only run for Mississippi State. There's a sharply hit ball to third. The play at second base was made, but nice piece of base running by Logan Tanner getting in the way of Acton, and Acton unable to make the play at first base.
Yeah, you're right, Cabell. That was a solid slide by Logan Tanner, and a smart play by Corey Acton, too. When you're up 9-1, there's no need to throw that and just get outs. Out, sacrifice a base runner here and there. But that's the name of the game right now.
Pitch to the plate, gets out of the hands of Gassetti, and it looks like Hancock's going to take another base. We'll check to see what the ruling is there.
Acton really should have thrown that ball on that last play. If he gets away, the runner ends up in second. So, it doesn't. I don't know what I was talking about.
Tennessee fan down in the sun with his scorebook on a clipboard, using the clipboard to shield his arms from this hot Alabama sun. Cameron James at the plate, 0 for 1 today to face off against Barco for Florida's pitcher. The left-hander throws, and the ball skips past Rivera at second base. And Hancock, a missed opportunity there. Of course, he held because the shortstop was right there, but had he taken off, he might have been able to make it to third. Runners on first and second now for Mississippi State. With one away, the score, Florida 9, Mississippi State 1.
Yeah, methinks they are going to rule that an error. We'll see. That took a tough hop on Rivera, who played it off to his backhand. I think if you were to watch a Tom Emanski instructional video for fielding, they may say, Rivera probably should have gotten his full body in front of that one. He tried to play it off to his right shoulder and pick it on the backhand and then all in one motion make a throw. But the bad hop is what you have to guard against there because you've got nothing behind your glove in case it skips up, and that's exactly what happened there. No official ruling just yet as far as I can tell.
Scotty DeBrule takes a 91-mile-an-hour fastball for a ball. It's 2-0 now with one away and runners on first and second.
And they did rule that an error, so E6.
Hancock at second, James at first for Mississippi State. Bulldogs are down 8. High and outside, a breaking ball off the plate. Pushes the count to 2-1 with one away. That ball hit to the gap at the shortstop. Rivera makes the play, tries to get it to second base and does. From our position up here above the first baseline, I couldn't tell if Acton got to the bag. But he did make the out, and now runners on the corner.
It's amazing how that happens. So you make an error, and then the next 2 pitches later, the ball's back, hit to your right. This time Rivera fielded it on his forehand, if you will. I'm not sure if that's the correct terminology, but if you're going to compare fielding it to your backhand versus fielding it to your forehand, he got in front of it and then took his time, may have struggled to get the ball out of his glove and got it to Acton just in time, was clearly a little bit more deliberate on that play, and again, just trying to get out. So Rivera's had himself a busy fourth inning here. The last 3 balls in play, the last 3 batters have all hit ground balls to the shortstop.
Kellum Clark, the count 0-1 to Clark. There's the pitch, check swing, and a ball on the fastball off the plate. 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1, a breaking ball out and off the plate. 2-1 the count with 2 away to Kellum Clark. Where's number 11? Mississippi State in those all-white uniforms. Florida in their grays today. Here's the 2-1 pitch. A ground ball hit to second. Acton is there to make the final out of the inning. So 1 hit, 2 left on, 1 error, and no runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. We will go to the top of the 5th with Florida leading 9-1 here in the first game of day 2 in Hoover, Alabama. Back after this on the SEC Radio Network.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Sitting here with Ann Adams of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Rise Real Estate. Is it a good time to sell your home, Ann?
Yes, it is. We have people relocating from all over the country.
Why should we choose Rise Real Estate?
Well, we've been selling real estate in North Alabama for 36 years and have sold more real estate than any other real estate company, period.
Do you help your customers through the entire process?
Yes, our agents are with you during the whole process from start to finish, from beginning to end.
In your relocation services, you have a whole team.
Yes, we have a dedicated relocation department helping customers move seamlessly into the area.
Ann Adams has been writing contracts for the last 36 years. She has the experience to help you list and sell your home, downsize your home, or help pick the perfect spot north of Alabama for you to build a future.
Call Ann Adams at 256-337-2625 or on the web at www.bhhsriserealestate.com.
The Florida Gators lead the Mississippi State Bulldogs 9-1 in a surprising Game 1 at the Hoover Met. Florida, the 6th seed, getting past Kentucky 4-1 yesterday, and now all over the 3 seed Mississippi State Bulldogs. To take you through the next couple of innings, my broadcast partner, Tim Bickford. Tim.
All right, thank you very much, Cabell. The Gators offense scorching hot here today, led by this guy, Jacob Young. He steps in 2 for 2, 2 runs scored, 3 RBIs, including a sacrifice fly back in the second. The Gators leadoff man with his 4th at-bat of the game already as he starts the 5th, and the first pitch fastball is fouled back, count 0-1. Cade Smith pitched a scoreless 4th, a welcome sight for Bulldog fans as the Gators scored a run in the first, 3 in the second, 5 more in the third as that ball is grounded to the left side. Diving play by Leggett, pops up and fires across the diamond for out number 1. Nice play for Tanner Leggett to finally retire Jacob Young. Young got things going in a big way yesterday with a first pitch home run against Kentucky starter Sean Harney. That put the Gators up 1-0 as they never looked back, knocking off the Wildcats 4-1, eliminating Kentucky, likely ending their season and advancing Florida to today. So on to double elimination play. This is the first game of the day here in Hoover. First pitch to the lefty, Nathan Hickey, who didn't look like he was entirely set in the box. And the breaking ball nicks the outside corner for strike 1.
And Tim, if you look in the infield, they take Leggett and move him all the way over to second base. DeBrule moves out into the gap between second and first in shallow right field, and they leave Forsythe over at short. So there's a massive gap between shortstop and third base, and nobody's on third here on the shift.
Count 1-2 to Hickey. Yeah, they keep Forsythe at his normal spot to minimize the amount of infielders playing out of position. And, you know, I said that it didn't look like Hickey was set on that first pitch, but I think actually what he was doing was thinking about trying to push a bunt up the third base side to that open space as the 1-2 pitch is grounded fouled first base side, because he kind of stepped up in the box almost like if you were going to do a Happy Gilmore baseball swing. Like he took a little bit of a hop.
Yeah.
And initially I thought, you know, he didn't have his feet set, but I think what he was trying to do is maybe do like a little butcher boy down the third base line and cheat himself into a hit. That 1-2 check swing is fouled back, and the count remains 1-2. Hickey 3 for 3, 2 runs scored, 3 singles, including one that found a gap on the right side of the infield back in the third. 1-2 pitch to the lefty is launched in the air to left field. Kellum Clark on the run at the wall, reaches out, dives, and makes the catch in a cloud of dirt for the second out of the inning. Hickey was standing on second base there for a minute. I think he was unsure if Clark actually made the catch, but Kellum Clark definitely came down with it above his head as he was falling down to the ground, and raised his left hand up, showed the ball for an eventful out number 2 of the 5th.
Yeah, Tim, I thought Clark may have lost that ball too, because the amount of dirt that was kicked up on the slide and dive looked like there may have been a ball there, but he sure did grab it.
Judd Fabian digs in, and the count 1-1. So Mississippi State, after shifting Nathan Hickey to the right side of the infield, now has 3 infielders on the left side of the diamond against Fabian. Base is empty, 2 outs, and a swing and a miss on a breaking ball, count 1-2. Amazingly, Florida's offense has exploded here today without Judd Fabian having any sort of eventful contact. 1-2 pitch is low, 2-2. He's walked twice and came around to score in the second. Fouled out with runners all over the place back in the third. 2-2. That one hit on the ground sharply towards third and through the wickets of Tanner Leggett into left field for a base hit. Fabian takes a turn about a third of the way to second base, but he'll hold up there. And Fabian reaches first. We'll see how they score it. Leggett was played perfectly, and it just went right through his legs.
Yeah, that was I don't know if that's going to be considered an error. That ball was humming at third base, so like you said, we'll wait and see.
They do score it an error. Leggett did get a glove on it. It looked like he got just a piece of it. So a runner on first, 2 outs for Chris Armstrong, the DH. He's had quite the day at the plate, as most of the Gators have. First pitch fastball stays up, 1-0. 9-1 Florida, top of the 5th inning here over Mississippi State. The 6-seed Gators, the 3-seed Bulldogs. First game of double elimination play in the 2021 SEC tournament. 1-0 pitch to Armstrong is down at 2-0. Winner of this game will play the winner of our next game, Tennessee and Alabama, tomorrow in the 3rd game of the day, the first game of the night session, and that's kind of a reward for winning early today, is you get more than 24 hours off. 2-0 fastball is drilled foul left side, 2-1. The loser gets penalized. They have to come back tomorrow morning and play in the same time slot against the loser of the Alabama-Tennessee game that comes up following the conclusion of this one. Florida played yesterday morning. They played today, and trying to avoid a 3rd straight game before 9:45 local time on a snap throw back to first, and Fabian got back in. Logan Tanner, the catcher, throwing behind Judd Fabian, and Luke Hancock thought he had the tag down. First base umpire Brandon Cooper pointed and with his left hand, and then I think everybody here expected him to pump his right fist, but instead he signaled safe. I'm not sure if Hancock actually... Oh, he dropped the ball. That's what it is. He didn't keep the ball. So it was a swipe tag, and you actually really couldn't see. The ball ended up kind of under Fabian. I don't think any of the fans saw that. Now Fabian running on the 2-1 pitch. That ball is swung on and missed, and the throw gets away from the second baseman, DeBrule. So Fabian now ends up at second with the stolen base.
And how about that, Tim? I mean, after the event that happened with the missed tag, because Hancock dropped the ball, like you said, and Hancock admitted to Tanner, he tapped his jersey, kind of my bad, and a piece of, base running, and that was O'Sullivan calling it. They go right with the stolen base after the missed tag.
So runner at second, 2 outs, and the count is now full, 3-2. The DH Armstrong at the plate. That ball got away from Forsythe and DeBrule in the center field, but Fabian did not advance to third. 3-2 pitch is a little bit outside, check swing, but he did not go, ball 4. So the inning continues here. First and second, 2 outs, 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State here in Hoover. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID on the SEC Radio Network.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Cade Smith retired the first 2, but the last 2 have reached. 2 on, 2 out, top of the 5th inning. And the Gators trying to tack on what is already an 8-run lead. 9-1 Florida, with Kendrick Kalilau at the plate behind 0-1 after he foul tips the first pitch. Kalilau 1 for 3, singled in the 3rd. Hitting a shade over 300 this season. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball at 85 miles per hour, and the count 0-2. Both teams' postseason fates seem about 75 to 80% certain. There's maybe a little room for improvement or lack thereof. 0-2, breaking ball down 1-2. Florida, according to most of the experts, played themselves out of a national seed after being swept by Arkansas this past weekend. Now, if they go on to win this tournament and run the table, that may change. Mississippi State right now seems like they'll be one of the top 8, but you never know. 1-2. Breaking ball chopped to Leggett. This time he fields it in all-in-one motion, able to step on the third base bag and atone for his error to retire the side. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 2 left. We're halfway through in Hoover. 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State on the SEC Radio Network.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You know it and I know it. Sometimes a brand new car or truck just isn't in the budget. That's where we come in. Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford, and I want to talk to you about the advantages of buying a Ford Gold certified used car or truck. These are low-mileage, gently used vehicles with great warranties, a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive limited warranty, and a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Woody Anderson Ford Gold certified vehicles have passed a 172-point inspection by certified technicians and come with a 24-hour roadside assistance too. You'll also get a Carfax vehicle history report and 22,000 Ford Pass reward points to use for future scheduled maintenance or other accessories. Plus, before you leave in your gold certified used car, we'll be sure to give you a full tank of gas and a fresh oil change, even new wiper blades. Gold certified vehicles at Woody Anderson Ford. Hope to see you soon.
Halfway through here in Hoover, we head to the bottom of the 5th. 9-1 Florida. All Gators over the Mississippi State Bulldogs alongside Cabell Philpott. Tim Bickford with you here at Hoover Metropolitan Stadium for the first game of the day of the 2021 SEC Tournament. The winner of this one moves on to the winner's bracket tomorrow night to take on either the winner of Alabama or Tennessee. The loser will take on the loser of that game, which comes your way following the conclusion of this one. Bulldogs trying to get something going against Hunter Barco, who's been very effective through 4 innings. He's allowed just 1 run on 3 hits and has faced minimal trouble. It'll be 8, 9, and 1 here in the 5th against the Florida lefty. They're, by all intents and purposes, top pitcher this year. 9 wins, 2 losses, 3rd in the SEC in victories. Pitched to a 4.02 ERA. First pitch is bunted, but right back to Barco. Should be an easy play. Turns and fires to first in plenty of time for a very uneventful out number 1. Leggett tried to drop down a bunt and probably couldn't have made it easier for Barco. That is not how you draw it up. It was almost as if he was playing fungo or something, or working on a bunting practice in spring training or spring practice, because he bunted it right back to the pitcher and he spun him through to first. So 1 pitch, 1 out, and now Lane Forsythe. First pitch sails away to the right-handed hitter. Count 1-0.
Yeah, Barco, it was kind of a funny throw to first. He's got that big 6'4" frame, the way he turned, and he makes the throw with that pitcher's motion.
Yeah. Pitch is low, 2-0. Sometimes, it can be tough for pitchers to throw to bases because they're so used to, winding up and firing to the plate, but Barco did that one flawlessly. 2-0 fastball is right down the middle, 2-1. It's been a quiet morning for all the fans in maroon here in Hoover. 2-1 is lofted towards short. Rivera plays it on a hop to his left, makes the throw in plenty of time, and there's 2 gone. So back to the top of the order, and Rowdy Jordan, he's 0 for 2. You know, we've spoken throughout about the pitching strategy in this tournament, as that first pitch fastball is fouled back seemingly into the microphone. Count 0-1. And ultimately, with these tournaments, and often in college postseason play, there's probably not a best way to do your pitching staff, just because of the number of starting pitchers most teams generally have, and the number of games they ultimately will need to win either a conference tournament or a regional. You know, the super regionals kind of line up most naturally because it's best of 3 on a weekend. You know, Friday through Sunday or Saturday through Monday. And then, you know, you get to Omaha, and it's kind of the same thing. You do have more days off, and it's a little more convenient, if you will. 0-2 pitch is waved at and missed by Jordan. Barco disposes of the All-SEC second-teamer in just 3 pitches, and he is cruising through 5. More on the starting pitching strategy when we come back. 9-1, Florida over Mississippi State as we head to the 6th on the SEC Radio Network.
New Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. You deserve it.
I do deserve that.
You deserve decadent flavor without sugar. And a day at the beach without sand getting everywhere. And a relaxing bath that your children don't interrupt.
I deserve all that?
It's really just a visual metaphor for Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Everything you want, nothing you don't.
A visual metaphor on the radio. I do deserve that.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. The zero you deserve is finally here.
Hey, sports fans, everybody knows that the food is the best part of game day. Velveeta knows how to make your game day top-notch with extra melty, delicious queso and rich, creamy Velveeta shells and cheese. These dishes always find the back of the net, always hit it out of the park, and always go for 3s. As for the competition, well, they're missing the mark. Only Velveeta can give you the crowd-pleasing, extra creamy cheesiness that your game day deserves, because nothing melts like Velveeta.
Coverage of the 2021 SEC Baseball Tournament is brought to you in part by Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sports and outdoor retailer of the SEC. By Farm Rich, the official frozen snack of the SEC. Grab a snack. And by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Now back to the Met.
Nice job by Cade Smith for Mississippi State, throwing up 2 zeros for the Bulldogs to settle things down here in Hoover. We head to the top of the 6th. And the Bulldogs trail the Gators by 8, 9-1 Florida. And after Smith threw up those 2 zeros, his day is done. Eric Sarantola is the new pitcher for Mississippi State, the 6'5", 225-pound right-handed hurler, a junior from Oakville, Ontario. On the season, Sarantola has appeared in now 10 games. After he'll throw his first pitch in this one, he started 4 of those contests. 0-1 record, 6.06 ERA, 12 hits in 16 innings pitched. Does have 23 strikeouts in those 16 innings, has walked 10. Opponents hitting .203 off the right-hander.
And what a way to end if you're Barco, Tim, on the only strikeout of your outing.
Final line for Smith, a lot different than Brandon Smith before him, and Cam Tuller as well. Cade Smith, 2 innings, no hits, 1 walk, no strikeouts, and obviously the no runs. So Sarantola in, will pitch from the stretch, and his first pitch is popped up foul, third base side. That'll drift out of play. And the count 0-1 against the lefty Sterling Thompson. It'll be Thompson, Josh Rivera, Corey Acton, 6, 7, and 8 for Florida here in the 6th. 0-1 bounces behind the feet of Thompson, who had to do a little bit of a tap dance to get out of the way of that one. 1-1. Thompson went deep back in the third for his 5th home run of the season. His freshman year, which found him on the All-SEC freshman team when the awards were announced 2 days ago. 1-1 breaking ball stays away, 2-1. Gators have 9 runs on 12 hits. They've committed 1 error. Mississippi State's offense has been quiet, a run on 3 hits, as Hunter Barco has done a great job for Florida here today. 2-1 is launched in the air towards center field. Jordan on the run in the gap. He'll reach up and make the catch for out number 1. So alluded to starting pitching strategy in these tournaments, bottom half of the 5th inning. You know, Mississippi State opts to go with Brandon Smith, one of their top relievers. It obviously doesn't work out. Now they've dug deep into their bullpen, but they also haven't thrown necessarily their top arms, with a game still to play tomorrow, and if they are to advance to the weekend, a game to play Friday before the semis on Saturday and the championship game on Sunday. Rivera digs in and takes a ball. Florida, on the other hand, having to win yesterday through basically their number 2 starter in Tommy Mace. 1-0 pitch to Rivera is a strike, 1-1. Mace was solid. 5 innings, 7 hits, and a run. He got the win over Kentucky. And then Hunter Barco today, Florida's top starter, 1-1. That ball's down, 2-1. But the flip side, as we mentioned last inning, with not really any of these teams being equipped to have enough starters to pitch in enough games in these conference tournaments, is now what does Florida do the rest of the way? 2-1. Is down 3-1. With Mace throwing yesterday, that being Tuesday, it's possible he could come back on the weekend, potentially.
Yeah, if needed.
Barco pitching on a Wednesday, probably not. 3-1 pitch is hit sharply through the hole to the left side into left field for a base hit. Tanner Leggett dove to his left but couldn't reach it. And that's a base hit for Rivera, his 3rd single of the morning. Also, neither of these teams have to win this tournament. So Florida, looking ahead towards next week, obviously doesn't want to do any damage to their pitching staff. But, when I say there's really no best strategy, I'm sure there are coaches or, fans or experts with quotes around it that may say this is the best way to do it, or you wait to see what the other team is doing, yada, yada. But, it's kind of pick your poison almost, how you're going to navigate the week. And ultimately, you're probably going to need to get a really strong performance from maybe a pitcher that doesn't have a great track record during the season.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, Tim, because if you're a Florida fan, you're going, what a statement today by this team, right? I mean, a 9-1 lead, if they can hold on and win, possibly even with, the go-ahead run for a run rule game at home plate, that's a statement here today. But it really kind of doesn't work like that.
2-0 pitch is high, 3-0. It's also why, if you're the selection committee and you're looking at next week, every game, in my opinion, has to be looked at kind of individually, because like you said, a statement game. Well, Florida, you wouldn't have this likely, unless something went wrong during the season series between these two teams. So 3-0 pitch is down and in, and that's a 4-pitch walk to Acton. So the Gators with men on the bases again here in the 6th. Runners on 1st and 2nd, and 1 out, already leading this game 9-1. Like, you're not going to have Barco against Smith, most likely, during the regular season unless something goes wrong for Mississippi State. So while this is a statement win, it helps their RPI, helps your strength of schedule. You play in the winner's bracket, yada, yada. If these teams were super tight and, arguably competing for a top national seed, I'm not sure how much weight this game holds. 1st and 2nd, 1 out for Matt Gassetti, the catcher. And he swings at a first pitch fastball, loops it down the right field line. Allen on the run. He will not get there. It bounces in front of him and off the netting. Count 0-1. The Gators this season 18-13 in conference play. Mississippi State 20-10. The Bulldogs come into this game, depending on what ranking you look at. Division I baseball has them 8th. Florida at 13. So yeah, maybe they're competing for a national seed, but it's not as super close, at least at this point. That 0-1 sharp breaking ball from Sarantolo snaps over for a strike. Count 0-2. Best pitch we've seen him throw in this inning. 0-2 tried to double it up. This one was a little bit down, backed up Gassetti. Count 1-2.
And it's interesting, Tim, Sarantola's 6'5" frame, the highest velocity on this pitching staff is, he's been clocked at 100.1. And that's gas for a college pitcher.
95 on that last fastball that Logan Tanner had to reach across the plate to catch. Count 2-2.
Especially a Canadian.
2-2 pitch bounces in, check swing, blocked nicely by Tanner, keeps it in front of him. Gassetti did not go, so the count full 3-2. So Florida already leading by 8 here in the top of the 6th. You mentioned the magic words run rule. Maybe trying to tack on, well, obviously trying to tack on some runs here, but maybe looking ahead to that if they can put up a big number here in the 6th. 3-2. Fastball nubbed back towards third. Leggett on the run. Bobbles throws in time to get the catcher running down the first base line. If it wasn't Gassetti, it may have been a tougher play for the Bulldog third baseman, but it is out number 2. Runners advance to second and third. So back to the top of the order for Jacob Young. This may not be a huge at-bat in the scope of the game, depending on how it shakes out, or in the scope of the week. But if you're looking for that all-tournament team or, most outstanding player, Jacob Young, individual accolades, he's had quite the start to his tournament. He's got 2 guys out there that he's going to try to drive in on this at-bat. He's ahead 1-0 as the first pitch breaking ball misses outside. Young, 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, 3 runs batted in already here today. He's ahead now 2-0. Young homered yesterday to lead off the game and went 2 for 4. Gators leading hitter on the season. His average has climbed all the way up to 314 with his solid performance in a game and a half. 2-0. Fastball up and in, popped up right side, drifting out of play over our heads and out of the stadium. Count 2-1. Rivera singled earlier in this inning. He's at third. Acton walked. He's at second. 2-1 to Young. Breaking ball chopped off his foot as he hops up and down on his right heel. 2-2.
Tim Sarantola, the pitcher for Mississippi State, drafted into the Ontario Hockey League.
Wow.
He's a hockey player. Of course he is. He's from Canada. The number 2 overall recruit out of Canada in 2019. Tim, do you think every young Canadian athlete knows how to apply the sharpshooter?
2-2. I thought you were going to say, do you think every young Canadian athlete who plays hockey envisions going to college in Starkville, Mississippi? That's where I thought you were heading.
No.
Heading with that.
Because on the heels of the sharpshooter, obviously Bret Hart's finishing move, the Canadian hero, he was drafted by the Owen Sound Attack, which I wonder is the name of the town, or if it's named for his younger brother, Owen Hart.
3-2 is fouled back.
It's possible.
It certainly is possible.
Maybe Dan Quartz can look that up. Dan's probably asleep.
It's a long day.
Dan just got in our headset, said, "No, I'm awake." For now.
Runners lead once again, 3-2. Fastball fouled back. And the at-bat continues.
Jacob Young just fighting off pitches here.
Yeah, he's not giving away any at-bats with runners on bases. He knows. He knows
what's
how
at
hot he
stake,
is
right?
now.
Yeah. I mean, if you can push these 2 runs across the plate, that's a big deal right now in this ball game. Conversely, Sarantola doing his best to stop him.
3-2. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Young chases one down and away in the dirt. Good pitch from the big right-hander from Canada. And he gets out of the 6th inning with no harm done. 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State as we go to the bottom half of the 6th on the SEC Radio Network.
And if you want to grab a snack, grab a Farm Rich snack. Something about that song just makes me hungry. Well, any requests? Oh, how about some mozzarella sticks instead? Folks, it's time for me to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. You can find Farm Rich in the freezer aisle. This next one goes out to all the cheese lovers out there.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we love the sounds of spring. And for all the ways you love to play, Academy makes it easier than ever to gear up and have fun out there. Kickstart spring with the best baseball and fishing gear, plus apparel from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Columbia. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at Academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store. Free shipping applies to most orders over $25.
Bottom of the 6th inning here in Hoover between Florida and Mississippi State. Gators in control 9-1 over the Bulldogs. Hunter Barco has been absolutely fantastic for the Gators. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 strikeout. His only strikeout of this game ended the 5th inning, and he's done it by throwing only 52 pitches against one of the most well-rounded offenses in the conference in Mississippi State. Gators the 6th seed. Bulldogs the 3 seed. Winner of this game takes on the winner of Alabama-Tennessee tomorrow late afternoon, early evening here in Hoover. Loser is back here tomorrow morning in a must-win game in this double elimination format. The only run of the game for Mississippi State has been scored by this man. Who else? The SEC Player of the Year. Tanner Allen swings at a first pitch fastball and grounds it foul, first base side. Count 0-1. Allen doubled in the first, came around to score. He's raised his average now up to a league best 388. 0-1 is away. 1-1. It'll be Tanner Allen, Logan Tanner, and Luke Hancock. 2, 3, and 4 for the Bulldogs, trying to get something going here in the 6th. 1-1. Checked his swing. Did he go? They say he did. It was actually Jeff Head, the home plate umpire, who said Tanner Allen went around. So count 1-2. Lefty-lefty matchup here as Barco continues to work quickly. Working from a full windup. Comes set and home. Breaking ball looped third base side. That will trickle foul. Bounce into the first row of the stands as half dozen or so kids in the ballpark in that area will fight over a foul ball. The count still 1-2 to Allen. Pitch from Barco. Popped up foul behind the plate, and we'll do it again. Still to come later on today, we mentioned the 2-seed Tennessee, the 10-seed Alabama, the Vols with their best season in ages. As we see some Tennessee fans in the ballpark. 1-2 is a check swing. The count will stay 1-2. Tennessee winning the SEC East. They will look for their first SEC tournament game win since 2007. It has been 14 years since the Vols have won an SEC tournament game. They've never won in this double elimination format. So that's next after the conclusion of this one. Tennessee and Alabama The Crimson Tide winning yesterday over South Carolina in a game relatively similar to this one. It really wasn't close. And the Tide rolled to a 9-3 win over the Gamecocks. 1-2 is a breaking ball down, and Tanner Allen, not giving away any at-bats here in the bottom of the sixth, is drawn back even to 2-2.
You know, Tim, that Alabama-Tennessee game is exciting for these fans here, the Tennessee fans that will be in attendance, and certainly Alabama will have people here as well.
2-2 breaking ball down, and the count is now full, 3-2.
And it's such an amazing rivalry. It's been very one-sided as of late, but growing up, Tennessee and Alabama getting together on the gridiron was always a special day that SEC fans marked on their football calendar.
3-2 pitch is fouled back, and Bulldog fans trying to get excited about something here with Allen fighting.
Yeah, and, we talk about Tennessee. Alabama hasn't been to Hoover since 2016 for this tournament. A couple of years ago, they played their home games here while their stadium was being renovated in Tuscaloosa.
3-2. That ball hit out towards left field. Young on the run, slicing foul. Boy, Allen hit that one a ton the other way. That ball was hit probably about 320, 330 feet. It looked like he took almost like a three-quarter swing.
Well, listen, Tanner Allen always tries and hits for power.
Just an all-around, well-rounded hitter. 388 average with 8 home runs. That's a tongue twister. That one grounded to the right side. Acton at second to his left makes the throw. Kalilau had to race over to the bag as he had shifted and played Allen relatively deep, but he got over there. So after all that, Barco wins maybe the toughest battle he's had today, as again, his pitch count was low coming into this inning, and gets a 4-3 putout to end the inning. So that's the first out of the inning, and after Barco needed 11 pitches to retire Allen, he's going to get a mound visit and a chance for a breather here. Strategic move from Florida to give their starter a moment in a 9-1 game here in the 6th inning. Yeah, Alabama-Tennessee up next. Not a game when you see it on paper, you think football. You don't think big SEC tournament game, but it should be fun. Should be plenty of Crimson Tide fans in the building. Saw a couple of Peyton Manning jerseys walking around earlier. And then the place will be packed for the first game of the night session when the best team in the country gets their postseason started here in Hoover. Pitch is low and taken by Logan Tanner. Ball one. Arkansas against the 8-seed Georgia Bulldogs, winning yesterday 4-1 over LSU to advance to take on the Razorbacks. 1-0.
Yeah, the Bulldogs pitching staff had quite the outing last night, striking out 12 LSU batters. They played very well last night.
And they will need to probably play even better tonight.
Yes, they will.
2-0. Fastball right down the middle, 2-1. First inning where Barco has seemed to labor a little, although he is facing the best hitters in the Bulldog lineup. And again, Allen made him work. Logan Tanner takes a fastball high, 3-1. Luke Hancock on deck. And the final game of the night will be the 4-seed Vanderbilt, the 5-seed Ole Miss. (3-1). Breaking ball chopped third base side. It'll stay fair, so Hickey has to make a long throw across the diamond, and he threw it away. Kalilau actually caught it, but Hickey, not a good throw there. Took a little bit too much time and then whipped it over to first, and that ball had so much tail on it. And Kalilau just ran off the bag and blocked it from going into, I don't want to say the dugout, but a little bit right of the dugout. Hickey just a little crow hop, and then he jumped into the throw. It was awkward from the get-go.
Yeah, he whipped it, like you said, it just tailing away from the bag there. Hickey's lucky that Kalilau was able to get to it.
Yeah. E5 So a runner at first, one out, and for a rare time here today, Barco will work from the stretch against the lefty Luke Hancock. Count is 0-1 as that fastball nicked the outside corner. Infield at double play depth. Barco looking for a ground ball. 0-1 pitch is chopped first base side, and it stays fair. But the home plate umpire, Jeff Head, said the ball was off of Hancock's foot, so the count's 0-2.
And that is evidenced by Hancock using his bat as a cane to go back to home plate.
Yeah, he looks like you.
He absolutely. Listen, he looks exactly like, well, normally, if I'd gotten hit a baseball with my foot, I probably would run after somebody with the bat.
Yeah, that's true.
That hurts.
Yeah, he hit it right off the inside of his right cleat and hopped away using the bat. Jeff Head, the home plate umpire, brushing off the plate, giving Hancock a little bit more time to shake it off. He didn't demonstrably signal that ball was technically foul because I think he assumed everybody saw Hancock playing hopscotch. Runner at first, one out, 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State in the bottom of the sixth. That one grounded to the right side. Kalilau steps on the bag for one and now throws to Rivera, the shortstop, and Logan Tanner just gave up running. And that is an inning-ending 3-6 double play. So not your most conventional DP, but Hunter Barco will take it, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits because of the double play. Nobody left on base. We go to the top of the seventh. 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State. New pitcher for the Bulldogs coming in. We'll tell you who that is next on the SEC Radio Network.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now is the best time to have your rugs cleaned. Call Bracy Cleaning today. Bracy offers free pickup and free delivery. We also offer upholstery cleaning in your home or at our shop. And if you're moving, Bracy will pick up at your old home, clean, and deliver to your new home ready to enjoy. Bracy even offers commercial strip and wax and carpet cleaning for both residential and commercial. Discounts available for churches, schools, and charitable organizations. In business for 38 years. Bracy Cleaning. Call today for your free estimate. 256-248-4108 or online at bracycleaning.com.
Tender's Chicken is kicking. Tender's Chicken is fresh, never frozen, and hand-battered and stored. Tender's Chicken and fries are fried in totally trans-fat-free oil. Try the Big Daddy with 6 Tender's fries, slaw, garlic bread, and Tender's famous dipping sauce. Tender's is salad, wings, grilled chicken sandwiches, and more. Tender's, Wind Drive, just off University, Holmes Avenue, 5 Points, Madison Street next to the hospital, and on Madison Boulevard, Madison. Or skip the line and order online at tenderschicken.com.
All Florida here in Hoover over Mississippi State. The 6-seed Gators trying to upset the 3-seed Bulldogs and advance to the winner's bracket here in Hoover. 9-1 Florida as we head to the top of the 7th inning. New pitcher for Mississippi State is Casey Hunt. Hunt on the season, no wins, no losses, a 3.75 ERA and 12 innings pitched. This will be his 13th appearance. And he replaces Eric Sarantolo, who did a good job in the 6th inning. The Mississippi State bullpen has settled down, but the Gators, tacking on 9 runs in the first 3 innings, have led this one comfortably throughout. So 9-1 Florida over Mississippi State. And for the 7th, here is Cabell Philpott. Cabell?
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Mississippi State. The new pitcher, Casey Hunt, walking off the back of the mound. Is going to go get some chalk. Gives a nod to the sky, adjusting his hat, and he will go to work. As Nathan Hickey, 3 for 4 today, comes to the plate. Hickey, 2 runs accredited to him with 3 hits. And he chops the first pitch foul. As Hickey, a base hit in the first, second, and third innings of this ball game. Top of the order for the Gators. Here's the 0-1 pitch, a fastball. Taken for a ball. It's 1-1, the count to the left-handed batter. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Or strike 2, rather. 1-2 the count. Casey Hunt, the right-handed freshman, the 1-2 pitch, that fouled back. A fastball, curveball, slider, changeup from Wyckoff, New Jersey. His fastball hits between 92 and 94 on the gun. Very confident pitcher on the mound as another foul ball hits off the batter that time. Very, very aggressive pitcher that the Mississippi State staff is trying to corral a little bit. He's so aggressive, he can't control it sometimes. The 1-2, another foul ball.